On an uncharacteristically chilly day in the city of Indigo, one of those unexpected days that tends to crop up in the latter half of fall, it visits slightly early, casting an almost frosty gaze across the city. The morning dew clings particularly tenaciously to the various rooftops and plants. One person makes their way through the city. Okay, next house would be this one. They inhale, a sharp breath that catches against their sharp teeth. Another exhale, a puff of smoke that rises up and intermingles with the fog hanging in the air. They've been practicing this. The same pitch that they've been doing up and down the street now comes to bear once again at this small little shop. They move forwards, knock on the door, wait the appropriate amount of time. Yes, how can I help you? Well, I'm here on behalf of Aranea. I'm here to make sure that your heating's fully in order. Winter's coming, and I know how rough things can be in this city, so just want to make sure you're doing all right. She looks back at the house, thinks about that for a moment. We're doing fine. It's not a trouble at all. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I get it, but I know this part of the city tends to be like, it's a little outdated in terms of its equipment. We've got good gas heaters that can. Oh, no. I really don't want any, she says with a smile. Okay. Cosmo takes another step backwards. Well, enjoy your day. Another one failed. One of a long succession. The people of Old Town are quite tenacious and stick to whatever works for them, as they have for years and years and years. They take a step away and their hasty departure is interrupted. Excuse me. Yeah? Turn around. Just a curiosity. Why exactly are you... Why are you trying to sell your heaters in Old Town? I'm sure you've realized it's somewhat futile at this point. I'm not trying to sell anything. Cosmo hangs their head and sort of like turns back around. I grew up over there. The apartment building that towers in the background, casting a shadow across this entire district. And I know what it's like. I know what the plumbing is like. I know what the heating's like, and I know what it's like to go a long winter without heat. So, yeah, RNA has provided a certain amount of resources that we can allocate to Old Town. We're supposed to get heaters up and running to make sure that everybody survives the winter. Old wood stoves tend to malfunction, and if you don't have anywhere to put the smoke, you'll cause a health hazard. The lady blinks at Cosmo. You're from here? Yeah, like I said, motions with their thumb over their shoulder over to the building. And you joined up with RNA. Why exactly? Cosmo blinks. To help. Well, I don't necessarily want any of that help, so please, enjoy the rest of your day. The lady moves back inside and closes the door. Cosmo exhales another puff of smoke amidst the gathering morning. They gather themselves and walk off. Another responsibility to take care of. They work their way to the head of Main Street. A gathering of people caused by the current predicament of the city. With the banishment of the Testudo family, medicine itself has sort of been upended within the city of Indigo. Cosmo's function here is something of an inspector or an investigator, meant to manage the medical crisis and make sure that medical corruption is kept to a bare minimum. However, due to the sudden exit of the city's primary physicians, there is now an imbalance in the medical field. A line forms in front of Dr. J.V. Siobhan. Okay. Remain calm, everyone. Please form a line. What's the problem today? Cosmo moves around. It's. She stands up and moves back. It has to do with a lack of medicine this time. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We can't do anything about it. I'm aware, but that doesn't change the fact that people need the regular medication. Cosmo looks over the crowd, sort of like scratching the back of their head. More recently, specifically with ousting a family in charge of medicine, Dr. Cosmo was put in charge of various stockpiles of medicinal goods produced by the Testudo family. However, with the rapid exile of the multitude of doctors that managed that pharmacy, exactly what was within every bottle and the nature of these medicines was unfortunately lost within the shuffle. The process of testing out exactly where everything was produced, what it was, and who it belonged to is an ongoing and agonizing process, the ire of which is unfortunately pointed at the diminutive doctor. 5 icy gazes meet them. Okay, yeah, I'll try to manage something. Hey everyone. So if you make your way over to Pinion Tower, maybe we can assist. Like, I'll try to get you all updates. There's a moment of silence amidst the crowd. JV sits back down. This guy in the back, I'm just here for a cold. Cosmo glares at JV. If it's just a regular appointment, this clinic's meant for emergencies. A moment of awkward silence spreads throughout the room. I mean, like, I've been coming here for years. Like, it just. Where am I supposed to go then? Go across the river, go to Pinion Tower. This isn't an officially licensed doctor, so yeah, you need to go somewhere else. Please use this to pick up your prescriptions and only in case of emergencies. Thanks. Everyone continues to stare at them. Dr. Cosmo, yeah? I think I can handle this for the rest of the day. Why don't you go somewhere else? Yeah, sure, fine. Exhausted, they work their way outside. Down here. They exhale again. Another day within the city. This one isn't even uncharacteristically hostile. In fact, by comparison, the people of Old Town, while they are rather tough and abrasive, are kinder than those over in Seaside, more likely to blow Cosmo off. Being an ally of the medical division means having no particular allies on either side of the river. They hang their head, start to move across as someone works their way down the road for his regular checkup for what is actually a verifiable medical emergency, being bisected by Cerisa the Red.
Smiley face.
Cosmo, sort of stops, looks over to you, Cassius, bows head slightly.
Good morning, Dr. Cosmo.
Oh. Hey, everything going good with the motions to the side?
Yeah, it seems to be healing up all right. Should only be like a couple more days, maybe.
Cool, good, I'm glad, yeah. They nod their head and start to move off in this direction.
Is it busy in there today?
Yeah, you're probably gonna have better luck across the river. They sort of mutter.
All right, I can do that then. I don't want to cause any issues over here.
They seem to get a look of contentment on their face at that, and their phone goes off. Oh, sorry.
Nods.
Over here. Knock it open. Hello? A voice on the other side, rather panicked, calls their attention. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll be over there. I'll be over there right away. Hey, Cassius, be careful, okay?
Oh, is everything all right? There's something going on?
Yeah, something always going on, it seems. They sort of like tuck their hat, nod to you, and move off in this
Waves.
direction. And they exit your line of sight. Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
And your phone goes off.
Wonderful. I pick it up.
You crack it open. It's a phone call from one Julius Tier. But we're not going to focus on that right now. We're going to
He
keep following
called Cosmo, and then he called Cassius, didn't we? We were just 2 feet away from each other.
Sorry, I didn't notice you said BRB. If you need to take that AFK, please feel free.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Go over here. Set this up. Do this. Yeah. Cosmo works their way back through the city towards Tide's Edge HQ. They cross by this area that they grew up, watching the smoke rise from the sides of it. They remember this building. They remember the long winter, and they remember exactly how their family handled it. They look across the garden, still set out front, now left abandoned in favor of a far grander community garden. Just a collection of sweet potatoes eaten raw from the ground. It's not exactly glamorous living, but hey, it's living. Locked down under the marigolds, life was a little different. The city of Indigo now exists under new management. Where there was once nobility, now there exists a more modern corporation. Heading up the far side of the river, there are no longer great and towering mansions. Instead, there are towers that cast their shadows over the now developing seaside. The decision to change the city was made long before the marigolds ceased to be a factor. Seaside was always developing. This end seemed almost inevitable. So, for a significantly younger Cosmo, they decided that their best hope was to get with the times, joining up with RNAA, the medical division. Due to a plethora of different conditions adorning not only them, but their family as a whole, medicine was never kind to Cosmo. You had a choice. You either went with the Testudo family, known criminals, or you put up with Marigold family healthcare, slightly less known criminals. Deciding to join up and bring a change to the system was always Cosmo's goal. But by the time they arrived back in the city, that change had already been made. The Testudos were no longer here, and the Doctor found themselves without their hated enemy. Instead, they only found themselves, now traitor to the city, trying to find a worthy opponent for their ire. They tuck their head down and continue moving across the river. They make their way to the place they were called. A certain amount of panic hanging in the air. This button. This one. Oop. The door swings open. Tide HQ is lively, uncharacteristically so for the hour. Normally, they're out on patrols or something, but right now, it seems like there is an audible bustle even down the pier. Cosmo approaches, straightens themselves up, and then the door cracks open on its own. Cosmo! A long whisper. Yeah, hey, Helio, what's up? She's like looking back and forth at the gathering of people. I think we could really use your help. Sure. Can you not talk about it in front of everyone else? I don't want to cause a panic. They already look panicked. She grabs her sibling by their hand and starts to drag, yank over here. Okay, yeah, sure, fine. Did somebody hurt themselves again? Not this time. It seems like the Tide Master's doing a lot better. Well, that's good. What do you need help with? Well, bam! A loud impact from the door behind. Okay, we're taking the meeting outside. What the hell is that? Tide Master, pointing at the door. Everyone keep cleaning. Just make sure it all looks good. He moves his way back this way. I'm gonna go check with him. Okay, yeah, I'll come with. These two exit, following behind Tyr. He moves outside with an uncharacteristic steeliness. Like, I would describe Tyr on any day as a very, like, hardened individual, but especially now, Tyr seems to have a different aura today. Yes. Sonder and Cassius.
Well, I got called here by Tyr, right?
You did.
Was I told what's happening?
He said he needed you to meet him at Tide HQ literally immediately, and then hung up the phone.
Okay, Cassius comes up slightly panicking, like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Does Sonder have any information, or was he just yanked from whatever he was doing?
Sonder, you were just yanked from your other job. You made it over right this second.
What? I was just thrown across the map. Ping me back to the boys.
The boys.
There we go.
Cassius comes jogging up like, all right, I'm here. Oh,
Tyr
Dr. Cosmo, you're here too.
Nods. Helio, like, waves
Sonder
from the back.
nods to Cosmo.
So
Tyr.
he was the one who called you too, he says, looking over at Cosmo.
Cosmo, like, sort of motions with their thumb over to Helio, who panickedly called them. Tyr, like, turns around and sees Cosmo's like, ugh. Hi. Waves lightly, turns back around to you two, and is like, okay, so, I received a phone call this morning. I don't exactly know what to do about it. Tyr seems uncharacteristically off-put. Rather upset.
What happened?
Okay. So
he moves in. Apparently, since the incident at the music hall a few weeks ago, they've been downsizing the Tide more and more, taking away more and more of our territory.
Ugh.
I got the call this morning. They're considering making us a part of Tempest.
Absolutely not.
Tyr nods along and is like, I agree. They want to finish their control of Seaside and want to make this their territory. So we are being brought to heel under their own Exorcist division. He says, I sort of
Isn't
scanning
their
off to the
Exorcist
side.
division Beretta?
Tyr, like, looks at you and he goes, I genuinely don't know. I'm going to be heading over to Pinion Tower to find out later. I want to argue to the best of my ability that we deserve autonomy.
Cassius puts his hand up like he's thinking as fast as he can. He's like, what are you going to do if they say no?
He exhales another puff of white amidst the cold air. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna call Tia, and Atreus.
He, blinks and looks over.
Is that okay?
He sort of, shrugs. He's like, I called you two specifically because I'm preparing the tide right now. I'm going to perform an inspection later. They're treating us like a failing business. And, they want to check on exactly what we're doing, he says, shaking his head. So I'm preparing HQ to the best of my abilities. He looks at the two of you. I called you two over because you might be able to do something that I can't.
Okay. Okay, so I think that there's a couple things we can do. Well, one, we can prepare and we can argue for autonomy, which is what we should do. We should do that. That should be the first priority. They want to make you guys an Exorcist division of Tempest, and not you won't be the Tide. You'll just be the Exorcist division of Tempest.
We'll be part of the Calamity Tempest. Yes.
Basically, we would be the Exorcist division. They don't actually have one.
Looks at Sonder, nods, equivalently pissed.
Okay, so proving that you guys are better. So proving you guys are good exorcists won't necessarily help. What we need to prove is that you're better off without being ordered by Sarisa.
Yes, that we have. There's value in our autonomy.
Most of it comes from that the city doesn't fucking hate us.
Yeah, most of it does come from the fact that the city trusts you guys.
It's easier to get things done when everyone isn't terrified of you.
He nods. Cosmo actually takes a step forward and is like, I think that's part of the problem, actually. You guys might be being used to, improve Tempest's image.
It's just gonna tank ours.
Yeah, that won't help the Tempest. I think that will just piss the people of the city off more. That'll give the people of the city more reason to hate Aranea and Tempest, because they'll see them as pretty much being held hostage.
Unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation, whether or not we're part of Tempest.
Yes, but it will bring it into the eyes of the people more fervently. Okay, so if they say we're not gonna consider, you will join Tempest or nothing, I think you should start considering leaving Aranea entirely.
His head hangs. Yes. Secure alternate funding, and I have given it some thought. I didn't expect to be called on this point quite so early.
That's why I was thinking about calling Atreus and Tia. They're the first two people that we could most likely get to ally with us, I guess. If we need, because if you denounce Aranea, they're gonna immediately try and retaliate, and you will need at least someone else in the city on your side. Those are the first two people I could think of that would side with you.
Julius.
Yeah.
Last time I spoke to Atreus, he seemed hopeful for an alliance.
Tia seemed like that too before.
Maybe there's some hope there.
Sonder, who has also been thinking of ways to sever the tide from Aranea.
All three of these people who have been considering it recently.
So, for now, I guess I'm going to try to survive the day.
Okay,
that's my current
good
goal.
idea.
If you two could manage anything, I think I'd appreciate it.
I can try and talk to Sarisa.
Oh boy.
I don't think it'll get much done, but I can argue that the only reason that situation the other day with Noctua was resolved anywhere near peaceably is because of your Tide Captain, points at Sonder.
Sonder looks at Cassius as if he had completely forgotten that happened.
There's multiple layers there, because I'm sure he also forgot that he was the Tide Captain. All right, that happened. All right, I'm the Tide Captain.
Right, I'm the fucking captain of the Tide.
And then, oh boy. he nods to Cassius. He's like, I trust you. And then he looks over to Sonder and, oh boy. Tyr, how you feeling today? How you feeling, bud?
Sonder looks Tyr in the eyes. Sonder is remembering them sitting in the room like, oh, we can cause a problem. We can be an issue. Yeah. I promise we can do that.
Yeah, no. That's still Tyr's goal. Yeah, of course.
Sonder, I'll start a riot. It's fine.
he looks over to, oh God, Christ, here. So I'm gonna run you through his thought process really quick. If he'd rolled red, he would have been like, okay, I think I need your support as Tide Captain, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, was red the route where Sonder goes to Pinion Tower with Julius?
Blue was, I'm counting on you to do something, like, subversive to, like, fuck them up somewhere.
God damn it, Julius.
Probably Steel, but with yellow...
well, that's the one that wants him to sword fight people, so
that's
obviously...
the one that wants him to fucking throw hands, so instead, with the yellow stat, he just looks over to you, Sonder, and goes, do whatever you feel is best. He, like, looks back at the boat. The inspection's coming around midday. You can be here or not. It may create some questions of where the Tide Captain is, etc., but I think in moments like these, I trust your individual judgment and expertise more than I trust my own.
Sonder looks at Julius like, are you sure about that?
Tyr nods. He rolled his yellow stat. It means he's gonna just trust you.
I think that this is a good idea because I think a big thing that we need to display to them is actually Tyr's leadership and understanding of his team. If they think Tyr is a good leader of the Tide, they might reconsider. So having him put trust in you is a good idea.
There is an obvious problem here.
What's that?
What is it?
People don't remember who I am.
Yes. That will cause a complication.
Could you just say Tide Captain without... Like, people know there's a Tide Captain, but they don't know it's you.
Sonder, like...
Unfortunately, they forget that there's a captain to begin with. Unfortunately, the position is a new and novel thing. So, people are used to operating without a Tide Captain, and the reason that this works is they'll just continue to believe it's that way.
Sonder leans on this post and is like, people do seem to latch on to the costume. He looks at Julius.
I do like the costume, yes, he says with a nod.
Cassius, he thinks, he's like, okay, well, there's two routes we can go about this. We pretend there's no Tide Captain at all, or we try to convince them of Sonder's existence.
Sonder does not like that one.
Yeah, no, Tyr, let's see, I'm gonna see how Tyr feels. Yeah.
Hold on. I have to roll for the amount of lizard.
Yeah. Oh, maximum. Yeah, no. Tyr
That's a lot of lizard.
Tyr shockingly speaks up first, and he goes, if I can help it, I would like to avoid convincing RNA of Sonder's existence.
I think that's a good idea. Alright, so we're just gonna not mention that there's a Tide Captain unless it's brought up.
Nods.
Cassius actually looks around to Cosmo and says, hey, Cosmo.
Yeah.
Where's Corvo today?
He'll probably be at the meeting.
Okay, that's better.
Sonder, Sonder like Corvo.
Corvo will probably help, I hope. He likes us, right? He, like, looks at the group.
Sonder nods.
Tyr looks off into the distance like he hates me.
Sonder nods.
Corvo likes me and Sonder.
Okay,
and Cosmo.
I'll be counting on you three then.
and Corvo doesn't like Tempest.
Okay.
He does not.
They both just feel that they
like Sonder.
So I don't think he has good opinions.
Listen, Julius, leverage Sonder. Sonder go on dates. It's fine.
So who else? Cosmo, do you know who else going to be in the meeting? Could you make a guess?
He moves, Tyr moves out of the way, giving route for Cosmo. Well, if I had to guess, it'll be Madao, a few merchants that are technically higher up investors in the Tide. Tyr snorts. And, it'll be motions with their head over to Tyr, as well as anyone involved on Tempest's side. So Cerisa and I guess Beretta Pietro. Cosmo's like sort of like shifting nervously back and forth.
Okay, so if we can probably convince Beretta to side with us, probably.
Sonder makes a face.
That's turbulent, though. I can try and talk to Cerisa, get Cerisa's opinion before the meeting, maybe?
Sort of nods.
Does anyone want to come with me for that? I don't think Tyr should come.
Oh, God.
Cerisa can't remember me.
He looks at Cosmo.
Cosmo's like, yeah, I can come along. Like, moves over in this direction, looks back over to Helio. Hey, what happens to you if the tide goes under? Helio sort of like shifts nervously back and forth.
Looks at
Heliodora like shrinks down slightly. She's like, whether or not the tide continues, I don't know if I'm still gonna have a job. Cosmo sort of like hangs their head and is like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. Let's do our best.
If it doesn't turn out great in that regard, we can always try and come up with a solution afterwards. It's not like us to just let someone flounder afterwards.
Helio kind of like shifts slightly, nodding. Tyr looks over to Sonder and is like, can I count on you to convince Corvo on our behalf?
Sonder gives Julius the same shitty look he always does.
If I talk to Corvo, he'll probably try to beat me up.
Oh, probably. Sonder like, Corvo's a little chaotic, but I don't know if he'll fight you in the street. Actually, no. Yeah, he'll fight you in the street.
No, he will. There's actually one other person I wanted to ask if we wanted to bring into the situation.
Looks over.
I don't know if it's a good idea or a good suggestion, but what if we went and got Vaughn?
Silence sort of sets in for a moment.
Sonder looks at Julius. Well, actually, yeah, he side-eyes Julius a little bit.
Oh,
Cassie's also staring at Tyr.
Tyr's
if you don't want to, it's okay.
Tyr, oh God, Tyr, what are you feeling? If you can, Tyr, oh God, there's a frog in Tyr's throat as he opens and closes his mouth. He's like, wait for me to make that call, okay?
Of course.
He nods and then turns around and starts to walk back in this direction, back to prep the tide. Helio follows behind, is like, thank you all for coming. Walk. They disappear back into the boat.
Well, all right, Doctor, it looks like it's us. That's good. I was on my way to my checkup anyway.
Yep. Hey, looks over to Sonder. Good luck.
Sonder nods.
You all
scatter.
With a rather heavy task hanging above you, you head out into the city. First 5-minute break!
Woo!
First 5-minute break.
First 5-minute break. I love your characters. Take a break.
I die.
In the Cathedral District, one person sits below a statue, unaware of the MacGuffin hanging over his head.
Oh man, I wish I could see the MacGuffin hanging over my head.
It'd be pretty fucked up of the GM to put you right below it.
He's probably just laying on the ground, back
It's cold.
to the dirt.
It's cold as hell.
Yeah, this will happen to you.
Yeah. Someone sort of walks down the path. Yo, kid!
Old guy. Hey.
Hey, so, I've been thinking.
Yeah.
Why don't we make a deal? He snaps his fingers.
Saku backs up and grabs his sword. What kind of deal?
So, I saw the way you were swinging that sword around the other day, right?
Yeah. Look, you're not taking it.
No, I don't want the thing. I've got my own. Don't tell the cops that, also.
Are swords illegal?
Yeah, of course. You gotta have a weapons license. But I got a deal for you, okay?
Yeah.
Show me how you swing that sword.
I mean,
Just
like...
give it a shot. Like, I'm curious, genuinely. You do that, I'll buy you lunch.
Oh, I mean, sure, for lunch, yeah, okay. Look, you better not cheat me out of lunch or anything. He draws the sword. So, like, what, you just want me to, like, swing it? Like, I don't, like...
Yeah, give it a shot. Just swing it. Most natural swing that comes to mind. There's nobody around.
Oh. Most natural swing?
Yeah.
Okay. So Saku's gonna roll to do. He's gonna walk in his blue. And what he's going to do is the most natural swing. He's gonna come for Gry's ass.
Yeah, give me a roll to do. Give me a roll to do.
He goes for this old man who offered him lunch.
Clash.
Hey, no, fuck.
You fly at Garai, and there is just a clang as your sword comically flies back through the air, anime disarmed landing back there, and he whistles. Wow, zero hesitation. You just came at me.
Wow, Garai, you're so cool. What the fuck?
Yeah. Okay, look, I just wasn't ready for you to actually deflect that, and plus I didn't want to like hurt you because you're gonna buy me lunch.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just gonna sword. Yeah. I hope it's not damaged or anything, but yeah. There you go. Natural swing. Buy me lunch, please. It's cold. I'm hungry.
He scratches his beard and is like, well, a deal's a deal. Where should we go? He's looking around thinking about it, and someone from down the way approaches. Oh, are you two here for the soup kitchen?
Does the soup kitchen have things that you can buy at the soup kitchen, not just the free stuff?
No, it doesn't. All the food here is free. Hey, kid!
You're gonna
yeah.
You're gonna cheat me out of. I could have just walked over there if I knew it was there.
Listen, opportunity, when it falls into your lap, should be taken, not spurned. Come on, kid. Let's go grab lunch.
You still owe. This isn't the lunch that you owe me. This is just like the lunch right now. It's like a pre-meal.
Fine.
I don't believe you. I don't smell any money on you.
You two. Oh boy, time passes and you two are sitting down eating your soup.
The natural camouflage.
He's sitting across from you like, okay, so first of all, good reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, what would you have done if I hadn't been an amazing badass?
Probably would have stabbed you.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's like, look, if you come around, like, asking someone to swing a sword, you're probably, like, ready to get cut, typically,
He shrugs. He's like, fair enough. No, I was just curious about your style. Where'd you pick it up?
Rauji.
Yeah, cool.
It's like not a big deal or anything. It's just only like techniques of Shinpei,
Wow. That's the most unenthused you've ever heard anyone
you don't know who
to that.
is.
No, I don't, to tell you the truth.
That's fine. It's cool. I don't know who he is either.
Wait, seriously?
I mean, I know like a couple things from what people have told me, but I just kind of like found some stuff, then I started doing it, and then I just, I didn't look. There's like techniques which are written down in a book. I didn't read. There's like history sections, and like I had to get other people to read it for me. It's look, I the only reason I know like somewhat who he is, he's like some cool buff guy with like a 12-pack or something.
He's like, oh wow, cool guy with a 12-pack, huh?
Yeah, just like me.
He like Garai scans Saku up and down for a second.
He doesn't have a 12-pack. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How about this?
Yeah.
Let's make another deal.
You're not like we made a deal before. You're still not good on that deal, and you want to make like another one?
Yeah. I think I do actually. He looks across and looks at the bowl of soup. I actually know a place on the far side of the city that you can secure a good meal, like longer term.
Is that jail?
No, what? Why would I send you to jail? I'm breaking the sword ban too.
I mean, yeah, but like you could be lying to me, and you could be like a cop in disguise and just wielding a sword because you actually have a license and you're trying to get my hands.
I left Tide's Edge specifically to avoid being a cop. I mean, hey, what a good job, me. Fantastic sell. You should join the Tide's Edge.
What exactly do they do? Are they like? You just said they were cops.
Yeah, to some extent they kind of are.
You trying to make me a cop?
Not really, no. He his expression falls for a second. To tell you the truth, I don't really, how do I put this? I see someone like you wandering around on the streets with a good sword arm, and it feels like a shame to let it just go to waste.
It's not wasting.
Huh? What have you been doing with it?
Things. Robbing a couple things. I used to have like boys with me, but
yeah,
they're busy doing other things.
So you rob people?
Yeah.
I think instead of maybe turning that sword on people, you should turn it against monsters? Maybe, just suggesting.
Monsters? Really?
Yeah.
Monsters are real?
He leans in and goes, doesn't really matter if they are or not. He taps the table.
Yeah.
Listen, so long as you've got food in your belly and you can keep swinging that sword arm around, it's worth it, you know? Finding a place that'll help you sort of carry on. He, loosens up. To tell you the truth, I don't really give a rat's ass about Tide's Edge, what they're doing right now, or whether they're cops or not.
Whoa, be careful what you say about rats' asses, okay?
Sure. He waves a hand, and he looks down and dips the spoon into the soup again. Look, all I'm saying is, there's a place on the far side of town that will let you keep carrying that sword around. That'll let you swing it at things. They got good training grounds as well. And he sort of trails off. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Hey kid, what do you want to do with your sword?
What do I want? he looks frustrated at that. I don't know what to do with my soul. Okay. If someone told you to follow your own shadow, what does that mean? Huh?
He leans in. I don't know. It sounds like a lot of poetic bullcrap to me.
Yeah, I don't understand at all.
Yeah, I don't get it either. He leans back.
Old guy told me that. An old guy that's kind of cold like you. He's dead now. Rest in peace. He said that to me. He said, Saku, you gotta follow your shadow. And I was crying, and I was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. You know what? I'll do that. And then I realized, what does that mean? What do I do? Is it something about like following your destiny or something? I can't see destiny. How am I supposed to know what to do with it?
Huh. He leans forward. So you have no idea what to do with the concept of following your own shadow.
My first idea
Huh?
was maybe if I rob enough people and I get enough boys, right, I'll be at the top of the city, right, where the sun shines and cast my shadow everywhere I go. So technically everywhere I'm going is following my own shadow. But, harder than you think. My boys, I said they were busy. Nah, they left. They're long gone.
Yeah, you can't exactly just feed everyone with a dream. You gotta have, like, I don't know, materials, aspirations, religious people, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, I was just trying to, like, maybe do my own thing, just kind of like, not rely on someone else. And I'm homeless, but like that's normal for me. It's fine.
He sort of shakes his head. So, you got no clue what to do with that at this point.
Yeah.
Why you holding on to it then?
I mean, like, what else am I supposed to do, right? I don't have education. I don't have height. Don't got sight. There's not really much I can do. All I know is how to wield the sword, so I do it. But I like fighting.
Yeah.
I really do. It's just
I can tell with the fact that you tried to stab out my kidneys.
It's fine.
I feel like I feel like I'm the one who gets to make the call of whether or not that's fine.
I mean, you're fine, right? So it's fine.
So, fighting's all you know.
Yeah.
I think that's probably okay. What?
Is it though?
Is following your own shadow involve something other than fighting?
If I knew, I'd know. Like, and if fighting's all I know, why did I beef it so hard in the scavenger hunt? Right? Got tangled up in vines and stuff, and that, do you know that person on the bridge?
Yeah.
The real cocky one that grabbed Frelia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are they?
Garai's like, I don't know, some exorcist who's kicking around the tide.
Okay, I'll go to the tide.
He sort of smiles, is like, oh, okay, cool. His expression, like, relaxes somewhat. Just curious, though. Like, how do I put this?
Yeah.
You're really good at fighting, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that being the only thing you know?
Yeah, I know. I know.
So, he points.
I do?
Why don't you just focus on that? He points with a spoon. Like, I don't know, you said you were starting a gang or something? Cast the shadow over the city or whatever?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Why not just become the strongest and beat everyone else's ass?
He slams his fist into the table. That is the best thing I've heard in weeks.
He sort of smiles. He's like, it's kind of funny. Like, the way I see you swing a sword around, it's pretty uncomplicated. It's kind of nice for a change. I spend most of my time surrounded by, like, ultra-idealistic people.
Yeah.
They'll only sword fight you when it's like a proper duel or something like that, or when they get particularly fired up. He, like, lies down. Feels kind of like a betrayal of what they're about, Besides that, it was always just a group of monster hunters, and I know that's still buried deep down in him. He, like, looks over to you. For what it's worth, I think you'd make a great monster hunter.
Yeah, and I'm not just like a swordsman. I just have swords. Swords are just easy to come by because everyone has them for reasons. I know a lot of different weapons as well.
Seriously?
I mean, yeah, you're not going to find a 3-section staff like laying on the ground, are you?
I guess not. Yeah, but like, wait, 3-section staff? You use one of those things?
Yeah, I use a lot of stuff. I'm kind of a big deal.
Can I ask, like, why? You learned this from that Shinpei guy?
Yeah, it's all in like it was all in the book. Like a person with like one weapon is just like, you know, why? I mean, I guess there's like the focus of being a swordsman, but it's just like that's kind of boring.
He kind of laughs. Huh. Well, when I asked you about, like, following your own shadow, it seems like you were completely lost, but when it comes to sword fighting or fighting in general, it seems like you're pretty on point.
I mean, yeah, but this isn't, like, in Raoji, you can just walk around, beat people up. I mean, it's illegal, mostly, if they know about it. But it's just like, you know, you can make a living off that. Your name gets shared all across the land. You get to, I don't know, be the top of the world. Everyone sings your praises, and eventually you'll find something, you know, like lordship in some town, maybe, if you're lucky. Some position, I don't know. But, like, you can't really do that here. It's nice, but also a little bit confusing for me.
He taps his spoon against the bowl again. Like, is the status the most important part?
An easy life is kind of the important part, I guess. I have to stop my cat from unplugging my computer.
Of course.
Get the fuck away from there. No, please stop. Stop. I have to mute my mic so I can get my cat girl. I keep talking.
My God. It's like he's currently distracted.
Some kind of ultimate trance.
I'm back. I pick up the cat and I move it aside. Sorry. That freaked me out. I don't know. An easy life, I guess. It's the kind of thing where it's just like, you know, who wouldn't want to just sit around all day?
He like taps his spoon on the table again. Well, if your goal is an easy life, why are you carrying around somebody else's ideals for him? Isn't that like playing by somebody else's rules? He says, playing with the spoon.
Yeah. And it's just like the kind of thing of like, if I have an easy life, then like, you know, what's the point? You know, I'm fed. I'll just be bored if I have an easy life, but I'll be like starving if I don't have an easy life, I guess. I don't know. Striking that fine balance, I don't really understand. It's a little complicated.
If it's complicated and you don't get it, just cast it away. He sort of like relaxes on the table. Pick up what's simple for you. And if you can't figure that out, just ask for somebody else's help. He points the spoon at you. The gesture means nothing as you are blind. He smiles and goes, "Look, that Shinpei guy might be pretty great, and this cool old man who's super dead now might be pretty excellent as well. But at the end of the day, they're them and you're you, right? I'm sure you got hopes and dreams of your own."
Yeah, maybe that's what he meant? Like, by following your own shadow or some shit? I don't know.
Garai shrugs and goes, "Why pay it any mind?"
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stop thinking.
Nice. He leans in and like stands up. "Well, if you need an introduction to the tide, I'll take you right over. But like, Hey, why don't we make a deal?"
Is this like the third deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You keep showing me those swings of yours, and I'll buy you lunch that day.
Yeah.
And it'll be something good, actually. This is really good. Frelly is staring at the two of them. Guy's like, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that.
Why would you say that? Look, this is the best thing I've had in months.
Thank you. She says, looking at the two of you, like, looks back over, is like, you got potential. It's just kind of a shame to see it all go to waste. It's like, you got any dough? Frilly is like, yeah, sure. Goes back around, brings out some dough.
Right.
Guy's like, no, trust me, I've got this, wait, hold on.
Yeah?
Blind, I gotta think about this. He's like, I got a visual metaphor. So,
yeah, there's like kind of like a barrier here.
You ever make cookies before?
No.
Okay. So basically, it's a pretty simple process. You take pieces of like cookie dough, right? And he manages to grab your hand and sort of hands you the dough. And you basically take these like cookie cutters and you press the dough through it to make a cookie, but it lets sort of all this excess dough just fall out over the sides.
Yeah.
Kind of a waste, right?
Yeah.
He points at you. It's what you remind me of right now. It's like you're one of these cookie things. He says, looking down at the cookie cutter. There's a lot that you're letting sort of go to waste. Stop thinking, man. Ideals don't suit everyone. Just follow your heart. Takes a step back this way.
You know? Why didn't I think of that soon? Wait.
Garai loosens up. He's like, it's not a lot of people actually, I guess, vibe with my mentality, particularly when it comes to swordsmanship. It's kept me alive all these years.
I mean, you seem like a person that's hard to kill.
he chuckles. Yeah, I guess I am. So I guess, we head over to the Tide and you use them to the best of your ability. Push off of their backs if they're going under or something. Carry yourself to a greater height, okay?
And beat up that person on the wall.
Yeah, beat up that person on the wall, or honestly, whoever the hell's in your way.
Yeah.
That's where your heart takes you, then just keep following it. Keep swinging that sword.
Yeah.
Of course, you gotta get good enough in the process to make sure nothing can stop that sword of yours.
Don't worry, I'm used to getting stabbed.
That's great. What was that you said earlier about somebody taking your hands?
Yeah, I don't want people. Look, it's a personal thing. It's fine.
Cool. Well, let's get going. Should I call you my student? Nah, that sucks.
Just call me Saku. God.
Cool. Yeah, let's go, kid. He says as he walks out.
Before he leaves, he's gonna turn to Frelia. You're really selling this stuff for free?
I'm not selling it. It's we're quite literally giving it away.
It feels like a steal. If you sold it for money, you'd be rich. Alright, later.
Cool. Yeah. No. If you're ever hungry again, please stop by. Okay. Tide's Edge, huh? She watches the two leave. Grai adopts a new student? Finger quotes? Question mark? I'm not entirely sure. You head over to the Tide's Edge. Don't think about it. Just don't think about it. On the bridge.
Grai's teaching style. Just
brain
never
off.
Use your brain. Ever.
Brain off.
Not even
Don't
once.
think. Hey, I want to register the fact that Grai taught Tyr.
You know, everything makes sense.
Everything suddenly makes sense. You two are walking back into Old Town.
Okay, Cosmo.
Hey, can I ask some questions, I guess?
Yeah, hit me with them.
So, the Tide are just, they're just an organization, right? Why's everybody going to bat so hard for them?
Kaz is gonna chuckles. I guess you haven't been around the Tide for as long. No, the Tide, So, you know Vaughn. I don't know if you know Vaughn. Do you know Vaughn? Do you know who Vaughn is?
Nods.
Okay, so everyone forgot him recently, but the effect is still there. Vaughn, a lot of the guys at the Tide, when they were real young, they were orphans. Vaughn adopted all of them. And so he's kind of like everyone's dad or uncle or brother or father figure. And they've been one big family since they were really little because they didn't have anyone else.
Oh, okay. And now that family's been more or less turned into Arnea's spearhead here.
Mm-hmm. And it's... Mommy told me not to say it's my fault, but it's a little bit my fault and Tyr's fault. On the empty night, when the cops were going crazy, we called the Tide in from their, they have a big, castle thing out in the woods. We called them into the city, and they helped the Deltanos. You heard that story?
Nods.
Well, we are the ones that called them, and made them into this big public hero faction, I guess. And the Arnea pretty much said, you can either stay here and be a figurehead that make the people happy while we take control of the city, or you are never allowed in the city again. The city where you live and are from and your home.
Cosmo just goes quiet and continues walking next to you. I see. Does everybody in the city feel some affinity towards them? Is the figure...
Not everyone. Definitely going under Arnea has made the tensions a little high. But I think that when you are talking to them, it's different. You know? I don't know. I think a lot of people still kind of remember.
They look over to you. What do you think about them?
I have amnesia. I've told you that, right?
Nods.
So I don't know if I have family or not. I could, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if they're not here, right?
Cosmo sort of gets a foggy look on their face and still nods.
Well, they're the closest thing I have to that. They're not my family. I don't think they want me to be their family. But for example, Ami, that's my big sister. And I consider a lot of them to be very, very close friends. I don't know what I would do if they got kicked out of the city. It would be like taking something fundamental to my life and telling me I could never ever see it again.
Cosmo goes quiet and follows you the rest of the way to Tempest HQ. Oh boy, here we go. Let me change the music to the scary track.
No more nice, peaceful, nostalgic. No more nostalgia. No more.
Goodbye to your rat break.
Rat break completed.
Time to try and convince Teresa by being cool.
Yeah. Oh, there's a clone morph that needs to die. Oh, right. You should get in the room. God, you're told to walk straight up because Cosmo's with you, Cassius.
Knock, 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 knock.
You knock on the door, and from the other side, you hear a loud, "Yes, enter."
All right, you ready?
Slowly nods and moves into the room. You walk into an already occupied chamber.
Oh, would you like us to wait outside till you're done?
No, it is all right. Please state your business.
Well, I'm sure you've heard about the situation with the Tide.
Yes, we were organizing for our upcoming inspection of the premises.
I wasn't expecting everyone to be here. I wanted to talk to you about it.
I see. Well, I would be more than happy to speak to you about it.
He smiles. Hi, Greta. He waves.
Hi, Cassius. Please, you can have my seat if you want to talk.
No, it's okay. I don't mind standing. Well, actually, I did. I'm actually pretty injured. I will take this seat.
You're almost cleaved in two.
Well, it's pretty healed by now. See, I don't even need to walk with the crutch anymore.
Okay, Doctor, you can have my seat.
This man does not move. He just watches you.
I sort of like moved over to this side of the table.
Knives. Knives?
Fuck. The keyboard's messing up. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
It's gone.
Sarisa like looks over to the two of you on the far side of the table. So, how can I assist you today?
Well, it's actually good that Beretta's here. I wanted to ask Beretta too.
Oh.
How do you guys feel about the idea of taking the tide under your wing? How does that feel to you? Because that's what they're asking you to do, right? Is that something you actually want to do?
If that's what they're asking us to do, then I'm afraid there's no choice in whether we do it or not.
Well, it's not been decided yet. It's a thing of, if this goes a certain way, that's what you'll have to do. It's not a choice. It's not already set in stone. I'm here to ask just because I want to understand the situation, I guess.
Sarisa folds her hands and goes, Miss Pietro is correct. If the choice is made for us, we simply have to adapt. Currently, we need to go over to Tide headquarters, provide our assessment, and she looks over to you, Cassius, and a thought's playing across her head. Oh, yeah, of course you... Oh, wait, no, we drop. And we roll. Oh!
Oh!
Oh, okay. She looks over to you, Cassius, and seems to focus in on you in particular and the wound at your side, and she sort of like exhales. Well, I suppose I can, to some extent, let you in on this situation that we've been provided with, as you're an independent consultant.
I appreciate it.
She looks at you. I was gathering these three to perform the inspection on my behalf. I think it would be actually rather uncouth of me to head over myself. I think I need to control and impose order to the best of my abilities, and I think it would be asking a lot of the Tide's patience to head over myself. As such, I was going to send emissaries. Additionally, an RNA and inspection team will be heading alongside of them.
I see. I don't know if it would actually be that trying if it was you.
She
I think it would
goes...
be like almost like a show of respect.
She thinks about this pretty fucking deeply. Give me a roll to do.
Okay, what are you locked into, King? What are you locked into, King? I don't actually know.
You can tell me how Cassius is feeling right now.
Oh, of course you're locked into red, smiley face. Yeah, we'll just roll.
Oh. Oh boy, yeah. No, Sarisa dropped beforehand. She's just gonna win. She hears your words and waves a hand, and she goes, I don't wish to increase tensions further. As such, I've made Miss Pietro my representative for the afternoon.
All right. I actually am just coming over here from there, because I was called when they were called, pretty much.
And how is morale, Cassius?
I don't know. I'm sure you can guess. I don't think they like the idea of having their organization added to yours. But I'm mostly here because I want to know how you guys feel about the idea. I know that it's not something you get to, like, you might not get an actual say in, but I just wanted to know how you feel about it, I guess. I know how they feel.
I mean, I'm in a situation where I hope everybody would be happy.
Oh, they'll never be happy if that happens. I'll be honest. There's no way in hell.
Then there's no helping it then.
Yeah. No, I mostly just want to know because I guess it's really easy for me to understand how they feel. I won't be able to understand how you guys feel unless you tell me.
Sarisa sighs. I have no particularly strong feelings.
Okay.
I think an increased amount of order and control over that part of the city would be beneficial, but ultimately I will do as I'm told. The decision is not up to me.
But your opinion plays a factor, doesn't it?
She sort of shrugs.
If it wasn't up to you, would they actually invite you to the meeting?
She nods. They expect my tactical opinion, not my strategic opinion.
I see.
I will tell them the truth of the matter. I will report whatever Beretta finds.
Okay.
Morph leans in and is like, we were supposed to have a third here, but when I reached out to him, he lackadaisically waved his hand and said it looked like a pain in the ass, and it wasn't his problem.
I see. He kind of chuckles. And he's like, all right, so, okay.
For what it's worth, Cassius, on my end, if you think that I want to deal with Julius T in any more of a capacity than I already have to, I don't.
I see. Actually, have you met him before? I didn't know.
Yes. Not only have I heard about him very much over the course of the past year or so, he lived up to the hype in a different direction.
In a bad way. I see. I apologize.
I don't know why you would apologize. It's not you.
I want to fight that guy.
You know, you could just go up and ask. He might actually do it if you just asked.
Ryuji starts getting up.
Not right now.
Both of them tell him to sit down.
No, right now he's actually doing everything he can as the factional leader of the Tide to get them ready for what's happening.
There's a moment of silence and Cosmo puts up a hand. I'm technically with medical, but I don't think anyone from RNA is coming down outside of Tempest, correct? Yes. Similarly, I'm an inspector by profession. They sort of like nudge forwards. Could I join the team that's going to look over the Tide? There's silence for a moment. Morph is like, well, technically, we are in no position to refuse that demand.
You need a third?
Looks over to Sarisa. Sarisa's like, I don't believe we'd need a third, but if the medical consultant wishes to come, quite literally, it is orders above my pay grade. You make this decision, not us. Looking over to Cosmo. Cosmo just sort of wedges down in the chair and is like, yeah, I'll go with.
Have you been practicing your papercraft?
Cosmo sort of like half smiles, is like, I haven't had the time, though I kind of want to.
Oh, I've been looking up and researching. I have some new tips for you.
They sort of like half smile. Well, it seems like you all are familiar. Morph like leans forward. Perhaps I could brief you on the proceedings. Morph like looks down the table over to Beretta and then over to Cassius. It's like, do you two want to catch up for a moment? I have to brief our newest recruit.
I suppose.
Walk. Morph like shifts over and leads Cosmo out of the room. You guys are left here with Sarisa.
Cassius looks at Sarisa.
Sarisa settles in the chair and is like, if you two wish to catch up, I don't want to stop you. I have a meeting to prepare for later today.
I suppose that's fair. Is it okay if I drop by in the next couple of days? I wanted to bring some flowers over.
Her eye lights up, and she starts to wonder, why? And then settles back and goes, very well. Stands. Walks, bows. Have a good day. I apologize for any distress this might be causing you.
Waves.
She walks out of the room. And you two are left alone. Ooh,
Ryuji turns back before exiting after Cerisa. Does like eye-to-eye finger gesture Cassius. I want to fight you too.
What? Why me?
Kicks door open, walks out.
He says that to everyone.
Oh, okay. Wow, she really just left us in her office, huh? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to trust us, is there? Beretta sits down in Cerisa's chair and puts her feet up on the table.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I suppose. Were you expecting this when you came into work today?
I've learned to expect the unexpected when it comes to working here.
I can imagine it's probably like that, huh?
It's something different every day, and I'm just lucky to not get shot.
Yeah, no, that's probably an increased concern, huh? Are you excited to go look through all of the Tide HQ?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you would be. It sounds like you and Tyr don't get along. That's unfortunate.
It's fine. It's probably for the best. But enough about us in this situation. It really doesn't have anything to do with you. How have you been? We haven't had a lot of time to catch up.
I've been alright. I almost got bisected the other day.
I heard about that.
I say I've been alright. I actually was not very good until recently, and now a lot of people very close to me are in emotional distress, so I can't say I'm doing great there either. I was doing pretty good yesterday.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how quickly we can go from comfortable to uncomfortable.
Yeah. How have you been? Are you feeling better? Last time I saw you, you weren't doing so hot.
I'm here.
That's not... I guess that is an answer, but that's not the answer I was looking for.
Well, it looks like we're both taking an unnecessary burden of others.
It's not unnecessary. At least for me. If something happens to them, I lose too.
And that's exactly how I feel.
They both nod solemnly.
I guess
right.
I guess that's what I respect about you, Cassius, the most. The fact that you're able to take on things that don't necessarily need to be your problem, you make them your own. You dropped everything today. I'm sure you were going to get your ribs, abdomen, gummy worm?
Yeah, ribs is probably right.
Yeah.
Half of my chest.
Surely you need treatment for that, but at the
I'm
drop
with
of
the
a hat.
doctor today.
Well, well, you were with the doctor. And did they give you a lollipop?
Not yet. We haven't split. Well, I guess we did split up, but we're gonna be going back together probably.
Oh, you have to ask for a lollipop.
Okay.
They have these great soda-flavored ones.
Oh, okay. That sounds like interesting.
They kind of tingle in your mouth. It's like they have Pop Rocks on the end.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Anyways, I respect the fact that despite the fact that you have other things that you could be doing today, you dropped everything and made your way here. Sure, this isn't a comfortable situation.
It's not comfortable, but I think I would be even more uncomfortable if they were forced into a position they didn't want to be in, or were taken away entirely.
Right. I agree.
Smile. Is that how it is working here for you?
I've learned that there is a time where I hope to be able to do whatever I want and not be forced into a position where I am uncomfortable. That time is not now.
Do you think it'll be soon?
I wish I could tell you.
Alright. If you ever need anything, you can always ask.
I wouldn't put that on your plate, Cassius. We both have a lot of plates to spin, don't we?
Cassius gets a look on his face, kind of a stern look that he's like, I would rather you ask than not. Because if you ask and I can't handle it, I can just say I can't handle it. But if you don't ask and you can't handle it, then I would feel worse.
Beretta puts a finger on her chin and she actually leans forward a bit and she's like, actually, it's not as bad as I made it sound.
Okay.
I'm in a position where I do have people that I feel like I can go to, and I understand the situation. Trust me, I understand your situation better than most. So, obviously, if it came down to it and I needed your help, I trust that you'd be there for me. But understand
Smiles.
that if that day came, then I'd be really desperate for your help.
Okay, I wish you wouldn't have to be so desperate to ask for it, but I guess I can understand.
Well, if you clear your plate a little bit, then maybe I can move you down on the priority list.
My plate's not that full right now, to be honest.
Oh, you have nothing you're worrying about?
Just the tide and the normal stuff in the city.
Just the entirety of the tide being absorbed into the military faction known as Tempest, featuring all of your best friends and everybody you care about?
Yeah, pretty much a lot of the people who are the most important people in the entire world to me, yes.
Yeah, so not much on your plate.
I guess it sounds bigger, but it doesn't feel that big.
I think you're doing yourself a disservice by not acknowledging all of the weight that's on you. Far be it from me to tell you not to have it.
He pauses and he's like, I guess it just doesn't always feel like a weight. Sometimes it feels like it's like the opposite, like it's bringing me up, not weighing me down.
She laughs. You can't help but say I'm a bit jealous of that.
He smiles. He's like, yeah, I actually hear that often when I explain that to people. I don't know how to help. I wish I could.
I guess there's nothing you can do to help. It's just a matter of circumstances.
I think I'm just really lucky.
I think you're lucky too. And I think everybody's lucky to have you.
Smiles. That includes you.
Of course.
You can ask for help. I don't know. I've just been worried about you recently. Sorry if I'm being a little bit pushy.
Well, what's so worrying about me?
Well, I left the island with Sorelia and Dodge, and I was like, well, Bretta will be back. And then you weren't on the ship with Hay. And then you came back and joined the Calamity Tempest, so I've been a little bit worried.
Yeah, I walked back.
Okay.
That's a thing you can do.
Over the ocean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or
right. Or did you just walk up
through?
Did you walk up through? I guess if you took just a ship over to like Lancia, you could walk up, yeah.
No, I mean, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of things that you can't see that you can kind of pass through. Even here.
Hold on, I have to roll. Okay. Nothing, keep going.
Even somebody who knows the city as well as you do, all the ins and outs, there are places and parts of this place that are just unknown.
Cassius, why couldn't you have rolled higher? Okay. Cassius just is kind of quiet, and he's like, I guess. So you walked all the way back. How have you... I guess you said it's not that bad. Things haven't been bad since you joined?
It's been interesting. The least of the trouble have been from Tempest themselves, but I suppose
so.
that's where I'm jealous of you. You're in a position where you try to help everybody, and people accept it, if that makes sense.
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Right. I suppose I've built myself up in such a way that people don't necessarily trust what I've done or am doing for them. And that kind of leaves me out to dry a bit.
So people don't want to accept your help as readily?
They kind of flat out ignore it.
I see. Well, if it makes you feel better, I need your help right now.
And how can I help you, Cassius?
Help me not have my friends be miserable forever.
Unfortunately, here in Tempest, there's such a thing as a chain of command, and...
Yeah, it sounds like you've been delegated to the one who gets to make, like, Tempest's opinion.
I
guess the other guy's coming too, right?
I mean, after all, I am the Tempest Exorcist Captain.
He kind of Googles, he's like, I see, so you're formally an exorcist now. All the ghost killing on the island finally paid off.
Yeah, it was pretty easy to put on my resume. They accepted it instantly.
That makes sense. They don't have any other ones.
Exactly. Can I be honest with you, Cassius?
Yes, I would hope you have been.
Of course, I always am. Strictly from an analytical standpoint, separating myself from the situation, separating myself from you, separating myself from my friends that I might have in Tide. Don't you consider the existence of a Tide to be redundant?
Nope.
Tide in the way that it exists right now. I mean, all I've heard is, and this is just me speaking from off of the chessboard. In the way they exist now, it's just all I hear about is how they wish they were back hunting monsters, but even when they've been delegated to hunting ghosts, they seem to be kind of stuck with thugs in the streets. Don't you think that they've kind of brought this situation upon themselves by making themselves redundant?
Well, there's a couple of errors here. One, I don't think they're redundant because if they stopped doing what they're doing, someone else would start doing it. Two, I don't think they brought this situation on themselves at all. I very much so can point out the line of events that caused Aranea to put this on them.
And what exactly is that line?
Well, the empty night happened. Me and Tyr called them in to help fight the police. And then Aranea said, leave your home forever or become cops. And they said, okay, I guess we'll become cops. All the other Monster Hunter guilds that had been exiled joined them. Everyone is now in the Tide's Edge. Aranea is using the Tide's Edge as figureheads to gain sympathy from the people. And then they slowly, over time, just kill them and smother them until there's nothing left by crushing them into smaller and smaller territories.
Right, that's the situation that led to Tide being essentially police officers in the city of Indigo.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, they've been delegated by their higher-ups to take on a different task. And I don't need to tell you that your good friend Julius Tyr has been spotted in doghouses beating up random thugs on the street.
Oh, he did that, huh? That does sound like him.
Right.
It's not like they aren't fighting ghosts.
I'm not saying that these aren't things that they should just be avoiding altogether. I'm just saying, from this position on high, this situation was not helped by the Tide themselves. And it's going to be quite a battle, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, to convince Aranea otherwise.
I kind of get a feeling that that's the case. I knew it would be, which is kind of why I'm asking for your help. But I guess the situation wasn't helped by the Tide in some ways, and was in others. I don't imagine that there's... I mean, I guess Tempest could probably have maybe done it differently, but I think that they are genuinely good at what they do.
I believe you. I heard legends of the Tide being the greatest monster hunters that this city has ever seen.
And
Obviously, that's how they got this position.
Ghosts. Well, at least some of them are.
Right. This is where we are, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What is your plan?
I can't really say I have the political mind that you do, which is another reason why I wanted to talk to you. Right now, I think Tyr's plan is to survive today. I don't have a big scheme brain, really, to figure out the situation exactly. I had hoped that we could find a way to convince them that having other people try and hold the Tide on a leash is a bad idea, because it is. And their autonomy is the most productive version of themselves.
And how would you convince them that it's a bad idea? I'm just simply playing devil's advocate. I'm not trying to...
No, I know. I would actually rather you ask me these questions now than in the meeting.
It would be better that you mess up in front of me than in front of, I don't know, Morph.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. How do you think I should do it?
You brought up something interesting when you said that Tyr is just trying to survive the day.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I feel that we live in a world that isn't so idealistic that you can just simply solve a problem in a day.
I don't think that he's trying to solve the problem in the day. I think he's trying to not die today.
I'm saying that the problem is going ahead today, correct?
Yeah.
And remember what I said about sometimes having to be uncomfortable for a time in hope that you get on to the other side?
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's the situation you're looking at.
I'm gonna tell you this now. I don't think there's a situation here that ends with the Tide joining Tempest. I don't think that they will make themselves uncomfortable for a small amount of time in that way.
What else could they do? Do they have funding secured from elsewhere?
Not exactly. I was going to call Tia and Atreus and see if they would have some kind of backing alliance open. Because I know Atreus was interested in it. Saunders said so.
Atreus would be an interesting call. He does lead the fleet. Tia, on the other hand, serves the Lord. She doesn't exactly make those decisions.
Tia's the one who approached the Tide.
About?
Tia approached the Tide a little while ago about wanting to know information for stationing knights and was trying to get into a political conversation with Julius Tyr, which is a bad idea. But he has been getting better about that, and I was hoping to see if there was a situation. Part of it is similar to what I'm doing with you. I kind of want her counsel. I want to see if there's anything she feels we could do, and then ask her if there's anything she could do to help.
Well, I think those are very viable strategies. Let me know how those develop. I'll do my best to help you as I can.
Nods. He's the guy, you said Morph was his name?
Yes, Morph.
He's going with you to the Tide HQ?
Yes, he will be.
Okay. I don't know that guy. Is he like... What is he like? The first time I ever encountered him, he was telling Galav never to talk to me again. So you can see where my opinions kind of fall.
He is a man who's willing to do what he feels needs to be done.
So do you think he feels the Tide needs to join Tempest, or the Tide need to stay out of Tempest?
Unfortunately, Morph keeps his own machinations close to the vest, and I can probe him and let you know if I can find out?
I would appreciate it, but don't do anything that'll make more problems for you.
Don't worry, I won't.
Okay.
She stands up.
All right. Thank you for talking to me, Beretta. I appreciate it.
Anytime. You don't need to thank me for talking. We're friends, right?
Yes. I just don't normally talk to my friends about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're lucky.
I am.
And she kind of throws an arm around you and just says, I just want you to know that however this shakes up, I hope that at the end of the day we can still be friends.
I'm not gonna blame you if you have to say something you have to say.
Good, that's what I was worried about.
No, I understand.
Thank you for that. I mean that.
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be upset, but I won't, hate you about it forever.
And with the weight of that conversation resting on you, we take another 5-minute break. Take a second, everybody prep. After this, we're doing Sonder and Corvo.
Birdwife.
Bro, Cassius is so mean to me. Because I do have a scheme brain in me, but he will not let me turn it on. I'm like, Cassius, please let me scheme at all. And he's like, no, I have to just ask for help and be honest. And I'm like, shut
up. And Cassius was like, I'm going to tell this Tempest member literally everything I know.
Because he doesn't know any. I'm like, please, for the love of fucking God, let me be plotty and schemy and a shithead. And he's like, no, I trust Greta implicitly. And I'm like,
Roma, you're so powerful, though.
Roma, you're great. Let me make sure everything else is set up.
Grab a little snacky, maybe. Grab a little water.
Listen, I'm gonna hang out with my bird wife.
Yes.
Nico's here to have a great time.
I love Corvo. Listen.
We all love Corvo.
Corvo's bird wife. I hold him like an ice cream cone, and I put a bottle cap on his head. I put a bottle cap on his head like a hat. I love Corvo.
God,
listen, I'm just here to talk to Corvo.
You guys feel me regretting things Cassius was saying as he was saying them?
Yeah. That was so great.
Where I'm like, there's those moments where you hear me pause before I say something where I'm like, Cassius, you didn't say that, but I can't stop him.
Yeah.
But that's so cool.
That's me in chapter 2 when I'm like, Sonder, don't split the party, and he's like, I'm gonna split the party every chance I get. I'm like, okay, cool.
Where I'm like, Cassius, you need to be cautious right now. And he's like, no, it's Greta. Everything's fine. I'm like,
why does nobody trust me? I'm your friend.
I'm just a silly little guy.
It's just like that thing of, it's that he said it in the thing of, I would rather it be you. Because because he was going to do this with Sarisa.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good.
I don't explicitly distrust Beretta. Because I don't think Beretta is full of, absolute betrayal, but I do think she's full of chaos and will just do whatever she thinks is funniest at the time.
Yeah, no, my thing is,
I think Beretta has schemes. And people are gonna get caught in the gears of war.
Yeah, I don't think Beretta is gonna, destroy the universe because she's like, fuck everyone, but I do think that she's just full of chaos and will do whatever is most entertaining for her at the time.
I think that the big thing that I was like, I'm like,
it's chaos.
Cassius is like, this is fine, is Cassius is going to Beretta and genuinely asking her, hey, can you help me with this thing? And Bretta's like, sometimes you have to be uncomfortable to get what you want. And Cassius is like, I know, that's why I'm doing this, because they can't do that in this way that they're being asked to do. And I'm like, I don't know if Beretta will agree with him on that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, Cassius, you gotta understand that there's a chance Beretta will just go, no, they gotta join Tempest. It's the only way for them to survive. And he's not like, he's like, I'm asking you to help me find a solution that isn't that. And I'm like, Cassius,
Cassius is so fucking weird, where he just trusts Sarisa so much for no reason. And every time we talk, all she does is give him more reasons to trust her.
Oh.
See, like, Sonder is in the exact opposite. He's got a lot of feelings about Tempest, and all of them are dog shit.
Cassius hates Tempest. Cassius trusts Sarisa specifically. Okay. She's just, every time they've talked, it's gone good for him.
Yeah. We good? I'm gonna get us rolling.
Are you good?
Yes!
Bird life, bird life, bird life, bird life.
Are you good?
Yes!
I'm always good when I get to talk to Birdwife. I don't even care how this conversation goes. The point is, Birdwife, listen.
You two arrive at the Tide restaurant.
Oh, is this really where he... Okay, that's fine. Hey, Siren. Is she allowed to be here?
This is where Siren's supposed to be.
Oh, she's supposed to be at the front end of the restaurant.
Oh, yeah, because, the inspection's gonna be happening very soon, actually. So, Siren and Rui better here than elsewhere.
I thought she was being banished to the stronghold in the forest.
No, she's over here. Literally, they just said, we gotta keep the restaurant open today or they'll scream at us. Siren and Rui, over there!
Boy, what a fucking team to do anything!
Yeah, no, this was a tactical call.
Was it a good one? Who God knows.
You and Corvo come in and this guy's like, hello, welcome, take a seat wherever.
All right.
Sonder looks up, sees these two, and is like, and nods Corvo over to this. Over to here. He's like, we're not sitting where they can hear us. We're not sitting with them.
Making their lives easier.
So, what is it you wanted to speak to me about?
Sonder kind of leans back a little bit, and he's like, yes, I was curious. You know what's going on with the Tide and Tempest, or is that out of your... He knows that Corvo doesn't always pay attention to what's going on with Arnea's nonsense outside of his own job.
Corvo, you would have heard that they are planning on rolling the Tide into Tempest and making them one faction. That's pretty much like it. You don't know if they come to a decision or anything like that. You are expected at a meeting related to it later today, though.
I've heard rumblings about something, but I'm not entirely sure what. Something about the Tide and the Tempest coming together.
That's a civil way of putting it. Sonder, like...
The way it was explained to me.
I guess they want to roll the Tide into the Tempest, make the Tide part of the Tempest's Exorcist program.
So the Tide would basically be dissolved.
Yes.
I see. That's quite unfortunate.
Sure is. He looks at Corvo and he's like, I was gonna ask what you thought about the whole thing, but it sounds like you're not particularly in the loop.
Not necessarily. I might be able to do something, pull some strings, but whether it sticks or not is not entirely up to me.
No, I'm not asking you to do all that. I know you've got limited pull.
Yes. So, what... Do you know what would happen to the restaurant, to the headquarters, anything?
Well, I imagine the restaurant, he looks around, I imagine closed down, turned into a Tide outpost like the bakery was.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the boat, I don't know. Turned into, he thinks, an outpost, if not abandoned completely.
Well, that's curious. Who did you say was in charge of the Tide again?
in charge. Julius Tier is the current Tide Master.
Do you know if he'd be willing to sell?
Sell? Sonder tilts his head.
The restaurant.
Oh.
You see, you can't transfer ownership to something that isn't yours. Isn't that correct?
I suppose. I'm not sure. The Tide has responded poorly to offers to sell before. Not the restaurant, but that might be a last resort option.
That is true, but
after all, we don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Exactly. This is really quite unfortunate. I remember the other day having a fantastic little meeting with Cassius here. I had a lot of fun. I don't remember who was there, but I had a lot of fun.
Whoa. Sonder smiles and he's like, well, I'm glad you and Cassius are getting along.
For now.
For now. Sonder looks like
a villain.
Okay. He's like, you know what, that's fine. What do you think of Tempest having more control over the city?
Honestly, it was eventual. With how everything's been shifted around, with the fact that
is what they wanted.
Tide and Tempest have constantly been getting into fights about territory. Plus, the more recent thing with the Tide having less and less control, their budget would be cut back. It was an eventual thing.
It was by design, wasn't it?
Almost by design.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it might defeat the purpose of having the Tide set up in the first place. They wanted the Tide to be a friendly face to gain trust behind it in the city.
Which is why I think it's kind of a bad idea to roll everything into one.
That's what I
Generally speaking, the Tempest is very hated. But I don't know. I don't know whatever machinations Gwyn has, but I can tell you this much, it was set up on purpose.
Oh, undoubtedly. I suspect it might have something to do with the exorcisms. With Tide picking that up, it would make them almost a competent organization. And Tempest doesn't actually have any power in that realm. The downside for them...
Wait, hold on. I thought Cerisa told me the other day they had an exorcist.
Sonder considers this and he's like, they have someone with a title.
Did they really just hire somebody with no qualifications?
Sonder like...
What the hell?
Sonder's like, I hear she's fought a non-zero amount of ghosts, but wouldn't call her an exorcist by trade.
I mean, we've fought one.
Oh, I fought a few.
Oh, well.
That is, he taps the table, after all the reason Julius brought me on board.
Ah. Okay. I wonder if this is an attempt to get you in there.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah, probably not.
I have been a part of organizations like Tempest before. And I will not do it again.
Hey, fair enough. And he's gonna put his hands up. Fair enough.
So
the thing is, with all this entire situation, everything is almost already worked out. We're already at the solution. We're just waiting on somebody to say what it is. There's very little that I can do personally. The best I can do is potentially, buy the restaurant, make sure it keeps running, and offer a place for those who don't want to go to the Tempest to stay. Of course, a couple of things would have to change, but I mean, it's a solution. It's not a great one, but this is a really bad situation anyways.
Yeah, it is. Sonder considers, looks around the restaurant. Would he doesn't really want to ask Corvo for like a direct, because he's like, I don't want to. You said this is a bad idea.
Oh, rolling the tide into the Tempest?
Yes.
Absolutely.
We all
you
know
are right.
It's a terrible idea.
You are right. The Tempest is seen as the enemy, which will very likely cause chaos and make people very unhappy in the city. Whereas Tide, they're seen as the good guys, the people who fought the corrupted police.
So, don't you think, instead of cutting down the tide more and more, it might be more, at least in their favor, in Arne's favor, to let them do that?
You mean to let them thrive?
Sure.
Probably. If I were running things, absolutely. See, you need to keep people happy in a place in order for them to want to stay there, to want to, have an economy, do business. You need people to be happy. That's why it's a bad idea. But with the situation that we have right now with the entire faction system,
and it's a mess.
It seems to be created just to sow chaos. That's it. Just chaos. And this is just another step closer to chaos. Just another piece moved on the chessboard.
So I wonder what the end game is.
I don't know.
Making everyone in the city afraid and miserable. Making the tide and the tempest afraid and miserable.
If I were to hazard a guess, it would either be to try and drive people out of the city or entrap them within. But I don't know about that. Driving them out of the city, you wouldn't spend all of this money to get foreign trade and make sure you have minimal trade taxes and whatnot. But to entrap people within, that's
if that
a
were the
lot
plan,
of hurdles.
If that were the plan, wouldn't it be easier to keep people here if they
Exactly.
felt safe?
It would be better if they kept the tide because people would want to come here. Because they would feel safe. This is what I don't understand.
So, either there's some very poor planning going on at the top, or there's something very sinister going on.
He's just gonna shrug. Honestly, I'm just a glorified accountant.
He considers, he's like, yeah, I know, I know. Well, the people at the top are incredibly out of touch. I'm not gonna ask you to pull strings you don't have.
Thank you.
But he kind of leans it forward a little bit and is like, you have a louder voice than the rest of us do.
That is true.
All I can ask of you is to speak.
I'm supposed to speak either way. But you want me to speak highly of you, isn't that right?
I am asking you to say what you think should be said.
I was gonna do that either way.
Sander nods and leans back.
I love it too.
Sander nods and leans back. He's pretty good with that answer.
So I've got a question.
What?
Sander, are you gonna go to the Tide HQ for the inspection, or are you gonna go somewhere else, or are you gonna go with Corvo? What's your next plan?
That's a good question. What would going with Corvo entail?
I'd mean going into that meeting. Yeah, is Sander willing to step into hell?
That's a good question. Okay, so what's the situation with the inspection?
Inspection is you're gonna finish up your meal and then the inspection's gonna happen. Basically, they're gonna go through Tide HQ and they're gonna look at things as if it's a failing business and try to find shit that proves that the Tide shouldn't exist.
See, the problem with the inspection is that it's a lose-lose no matter what. If the Tide is like super thriving and doing great, then they're gonna be like, shit, we fucking need these guys because it will up the Tempest a lot. But if they're falling apart, then they're gonna be like, well, you suck, so we're just gonna give you to the Tempest. Like, there's no winning the inspection.
Yeah. So, what's the plan here?
Who is present as an alternative if Sander doesn't go to the inspection?
Literally every member of the Tide, and I will even let you choose who you delegate to.
Sam.
Hand it to Sam or like Briggs or someone.
I'm thinking. Hold on.
Sam is a little bit too depressed to do that right now, isn't he?
I mean,
it'll be funny,
Sam,
I swear.
I think he would have Sam in charge if Corvo were the one doing the inspection, but that's not the case. So Sam will just be sad and mean to whoever's there. You know what?
Rui's here, so it can't be Rui or Siren.
Yep.
Yeah. Which, like, Siren would actually be a really good one if she wasn't a glitter bomb. If she wasn't a walking glitter bomb, she would be, like, actually the best option.
Yeah. Sander, come see your sis.
I think... God, I'm not even gonna roll for it, because none of his stats would help with this situation. I think he... God... You know what? I think at this point, the united front from the Tide, he has to go to back Julius, and I think he has to go. So he's gonna delegate to
Karsh is an option.
I was thinking
Briggs.
Karsh. I was thinking.
It's
I
like
was actually
Briggs,
thinking
Karsh, Sam, Seymour,
not Seymour.
Heliodora and Chance are there. Heliodora and Chance are here.
Heliodora, I'm afraid to have Heliodora do it because she is technically a
RNA and representative.
Yeah, she's an RNA and rep.
Chance is there, though.
Chance is there, but Heliodora has also been working really hard to like be on the Tide side, though.
Yeah, and also it would be like kind of a good in of, hey, I'm the RNA and representative. I'm with you guys.
They also want to dumpster her, though.
That's
so
fair.
I don't know if they
You can
give a
tag
shit.
team it. You can give it both Chance and Heliodora.
Cosmo is also going to be there. I think Heliodor is a good one to like have present, but I don't think Sonder can tell her what to do. So he can be like,
he can just say, "Hey,
here.
you should be here."
Yeah, you should be here. Like if you want to help, be here. But also if you don't want to be here because it's stressful and you'll cry, I'm not gonna ask you to do that.
Yeah.
Chance. And I feel like Karsh is actually a really good rep for the Tide. Like, he might be a dumb feral man, but like...
I mean, aren't all the Tide gonna be there? You're just kind of delegating who's the, like...
who's going to be the tour guide, essentially.
For you.
Yeah, it's essentially who's going to play the tour guide.
Wouldn't Heliodor or Chance be the best option for that?
I think if Heliodor and Chance tag team it, the problem, I think so. I think Heliodor and Chance.
Because then it allows Karsh to leave if he's like causing problems.
People.
You know, like if Karsh is getting overwhelmed or too excited, someone can take Karsh away. But if you delegate it to Karsh, then Karsh kind of has to be there the whole time.
That's true. I think Heliodor and Chance as a tag team are good. Because then it's like an RNA and rep and a Tide rep. Like I don't think yeah.
Now the question becomes, where's Sonder headed? Is he going with Corvo into hell?
I guess he has to. That's the only other option.
This is gonna result in something hysterical. Okay. Okay, cool.
The captain of the Tide shows up with fucking Corvo.
Yeah, no, and you know what's gonna have to happen? Corvo's going to have to introduce you as his consultant.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is great. Okay, perfect.
Does that mean I get to be Tyr's consultant?
Oh no, you're in. There's a
the
lot
fact
that's
that
gonna happen,
no one, because I don't think anyone else in that room besides Corvo and Tyr can remember Sonder.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be so funny. No, let's go.
Let's go. We're gonna do it. Okay.
Let's go. It's gonna be so fucking funny.
Oh, Roma, so put a pin in the concept of being Tyr's consultant because the day is not over for the Moth yet. Is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
So.
Fear of God?
Yeah. Well, you finish eating, and you head out to enact the next stage of your plan, and, okay, we're gonna do this.
This was not part of his plan, but it's happening now.
It's happening anyway.
This is why Tyr trusted you, because this is a great idea.
I love Corvo, so Corvo. I'm gonna marry Corvo.
Okay, here we go. Let's grab this one. Fire.
What?
This is gonna be so fucking funny.
Ignition. The city burns. Seaside itself, despite being a construction of steel and concrete, melts under the heat of this blaze. One figure stumbles out of it. He made a promise. A hero's promise that only one would die today, so he can't stop moving now. What form he has barely clings to him. He still forces it forwards. Unlike the other ones who were unfortunately caught in this scenario, a little bit of him remains. A promise he keeps to himself in the name Julius Tyr. A promise to carry forward this feeling of overwhelming hatred, to make sure that the beings that did this to him manage it with no one else. That adds some substance to the form. Individual blots of ink hit the ground in replacement of blood. His mind burns, but his body remains. That's enough for him. He stumbles through the concrete and iron cage into a mass of others that feel just like him. They turn. They sense that something's different about this one. He's maintaining a shred of that something that they wish they still had. They turn to him. He manages to utter a single phrase. Back off. A whisper. There's no longer the same blood, flesh, and organ that made his voice so resonant and powerful before. He swings something once. There's no blade with him. The blade was lost along with the blaze, but just the same as this hatred can't be separated from his body, so too can the sword not be separated from who he is. They fall around him. He continues dragging himself forward through that hellscape. Every single step, another promise he intends to keep. Julius Tyr slowly awakens. After prepping Tide's Edge HQ, he collapsed face first on the cot, using that time to let the stress dissipate from his body. That being said, the immense buildup of emotional energy that he's been absorbing all day has thrown him into a state of relative chaos. He slowly rouses himself. The inspection's not quite yet. Picks himself up a little bit. Looks down at his hand. It's semi-translucent, burning away, disappearing into those same motes of almost inky darkness that he's used to. No, not now. He sweeps it back across the bed, staining it black for a moment. He looks across the room as his vision begins to swim. Almost against his will, a sensitive flash begins to form. Bits and pieces pulled from the people around him. A form manifests weirdly sitting on his table. Not someone he would ever expect. Looks across the room at her and squints his eyes. Get the hell out of here. Or can it be someone else? Someone more deserving? He waves a hand, and the figure just watches him with big, empty eyes, and slowly blinks away, picks himself up. Someone more deserving, huh? A different figure appears on the desk. Tyr's entire face screws up, staring at motherfucking Garai. No, take it back. Send back the last one. I like her better. He goes back to the bed and buries his face in the pillow. Oh, come on. He hops up. Julie, it's been so long. We used to hang out all the time, man. He's like, yes, we stopped because you're frustrating. He slowly turns over. Come on. He looks back and forth. You don't really believe that, do you? He grunts and then sits up on the bed, looking up at a Garai whose form and face waver in front of his eyes. The figure in front of him is a fake or an illusion. For Tyr, being able to tell the difference between what is a powerful emotion and what is reality sometimes fails, especially when he is surrounded on all sides by raging emotion. Locking himself away in moments like this is his best recourse, but at the same time, he has to face an unfortunate reality. He's currently stuck in a room with Garai, phantom or not, and he refuses to bring this out into the public, especially on inspection day. He rubs the bridge of his nose, hoping for this episode to pass. Garai sort of leans backwards and sits in this pile of cloth over in the corner. So I guess I just got a very simple question. Yes. Why'd you send the other one away, huh? Huh? Why'd you call me out, huh? He squints at Garai. Whether I like it or not, I now am drawn from the people around me. I carry bits of them within myself. I've changed. I'm different now. So, I hope when it grows difficult in moments like these to tell myself apart from those I've seen and those I've felt, that someone more worthy or deserving might appear before me. He crosses his legs and sits there. Oh, like me? Absolutely not like you. He rubs his forehead. I was hoping for Sonder or Cassius or... I'd take Vaughn. A moment like this. Garai leans in. Well, that's... Huh. You know why that doesn't work, right? He blinks and looks up. He relaxes back on the stack of cloth. It's because, those are people primarily reserved for Julius Tyr, right? Tyr's entire face twitches for a second, and you're not entirely sure who you are. His shoulders loosen. I don't know who came back from that fire. No. He starts to slowly intertwine his fingers. Yeah, and that's the annoying part, right? As I reconnect with bits of my old self, all I find are contradictions. The person I believed I was is revealed bit by bit to not be the person that I feel I am. I attempt to fill in the gaps, but I did them all wrong. He looks down at his hand. Yeah, that's why you won't see Cassius. His eyebrow perks up. Yeah, sorry. If you don't fully believe you are the Julius Tyr that went in that night, you're probably not going to be able to fully seize hold of Julius Tyr's old bonds, right? His shoulders slump for a second. Leave me the hell alone. He stands up. Oh, come on. It wasn't like you to think all this much. That's a contradiction, too. Stop. I thought, what was the phrase you discovered? Oh, yeah, it was, I don't necessarily got a need for the past. All I see is the future. Quit it. Garai shrugs and takes another step backwards. For someone that is supposed to think that way, you're awfully stuck up on past relationships, aren't you? Tyr's eyes slowly scan back the room to him. Look, all I'm saying is, it's fine if you like someone. You don't have to think any much beyond that. Just go with your heart, you know? His face splits back into a smile. Tyr looks over at this room, this place that he inherited from someone else, this position that he felt like was his duty to uphold. He looks back and lets out a chuckle. What if I'm increasingly discovering that I don't know them? That I'm not the person that they or I believed myself to be? Gry goes, huh? Shrugs. I think that's fine, probably. He chuckles. Just, I don't know. Don't let that past weigh you down, I guess. Rich. He looks back at the door and then reaches out a hand again. Seriously, though, why the other one? Why her first? Tyr exhales slowly and go over here. Sitting in a chair, he folds his hands. What were those words that he heard that day? That's right. Just lying in the bed, limbs currently removed, she prattled on about something, some individual part of the legend. Well, the legend of Noctua itself is, I'm not Noctua. I never will be. I'm just carrying that name because I have the capacity to do so. I think it was sad that, the world turned him into a laughingstock. So, I've got plenty of space in my own legend. might as well hold him up using that. His entire body froze. In that moment, Tyr, someone who swore an oath on a name, felt something resonate. He places his hand to the door and decides to fully wear this mask he currently has, that of the Tide Captain, Julius Tyr, whether that man still exists in this world or not. And we are calling another 5-minute break. Cassius, you called Tia over as quickly as you could, and she hauled ass to make it out here, but she brought someone with, actually. For the additional, like, clout. There we go. Down here.
At once.
There we go.
I did not get pinged.
There we go.
Oh, Scott. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. Tia decided it was probably a good idea. Like, you called and are like, okay, I wanna apply some pressure, and Tia's like, I can grab Skyus. That's the best. She's like, I can grab him as the future representative of the family. I think that's the best move I can make.
Okay, thank you guys. Oh wow, Skyus, you look really good in that.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming. I'm sorry to ask you to come out and do this. We just need to apply pressure, I guess, and make them understand that we have alternatives to Arnea.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye out. Good luck, Cassius. Thanks for the call.
Of course. Thank you for coming out. Beretta is gonna be here, he says, looking at Tia. She's the Tempest, she's one of the 2 people from Tempest that's doing the inspection.
I see. Well, in this case, we'll probably be interacting in an official capacity. I'm sorry if any sparks fly in and if any blood's drawn.
Well, that would sure be a tide way for things to end. They're all gathering over there. Do you want to meet up with them?
Yeah, let's go. Walk. Over here. Different groups have formed for the inspection of the Tide's Edge. Cosmo's kind of like fidgeting in the corner a little nervously. Morph is chilling out with you, Beretta. Morph. Yeah, no. Morph is gonna go. Yeah, Morph is gonna go over to Beretta and be like, "Well, do you have any misgivings about this?"
Absolutely none.
Okay.
Do you expect otherwise?
He shakes his head and he's like, "So more or less, this is just going to be us going through. We need to some extent, assert a level of authority and dominance over the area." So, yeah. He like side-eyes you, saying
and,
that.
Of course, as the leader of public relations, you will be forcing that role onto me.
He shrugs and goes, "I believe it would be better if we both did it."
Understandable. In an unofficial capacity, she kind of tugs Morph over and away over here.
Moves over this way.
What do you want out of this, Morph?
I want to go home. He like looks over at the Tide. Honestly, this level of power play is, I think, rather beneath our current station.
We do control the vast majority of the city.
Yes, I think it would be a wiser idea to just let them hemorrhage resources and destroy themselves, but rather than take on a bunch of new recruits, I just think it's a waste.
And the fact that they're hemorrhaging resources, as any decent businessman would understand, would be why you fold that division into ours.
He shakes his head. No, I think, if someone has the bright idea to start a venture that is not profitable in the future, it's wiser to prevent that. Beretta, don't believe in the sunk cost fallacy.
I do have a business degree, you know.
I'm aware. He smiles. He's like, what's your take on the situation then?
I'm not looking forward to dealing with Julius Tier again. But I'm willing to do what's necessary for the job.
He smiles and goes, well, I'll leave him to you then. Down here, over by Cosmo.
Cosmo is like fidgeting, kind of like on their own. Cassius walks up, puts a hand on their shoulder, and is like, hey, you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do whatever I can in this case. I am an inspector, I guess.
All right, well, we're counting on you.
Nods.
Groups up with everyone over here and is like, all right. You four, are you three ready?
Tia nods and then is like, Skyus, would you prefer I led the way here, or would you rather handle it?
Guys, thanks for just a second. I believe I can lead the way if that's okay with you.
Smiles.
They are probably going to ask what you two are doing here. They're probably going to ask what I'm doing here, to be honest. I'm just going to say that I'm an independent contractor and the Tide hire me frequently, so I'm here to make sure things go smoothly.
Oh, that's fine. I'm sure I can figure something out. He gives you a smile, Cassius.
I guess you could always say that you guys are interested in the future of the Tide or something kind of vague and ominous.
Yes, I suppose so.
Vague and ominous.
Cassius sees Tia turn it on and he smiles.
From down the pier, two people approach. Heliodora and Chance. The two nicest, softest people that they could send. And sort of approach your little gathering. Heliodora's like, okay, welcome representatives of RNA. I'm Heliodora. I'm the go-between between RNA and the Tide's Edge. I can give you a full report on our affairs.
Chance signs, hello, welcome to Tide headquarters. My name is Chance. I'm the assistant quartermaster, and I will be guiding you today.
Cassius
sort of watches to see if anyone responds, or if he needs Heliodora to repeat whatever he says out loud.
Cassius actually starts translating for you.
Aw, blessed you.
He just says, in case anyone can't speak sign. That's what they said.
You can tell Chance smiles at you, like, appreciatively under the scarf.
Morph's
You can see a thumbs up.
Morph steps forward and is like, well, in that case, without any further ado, please show us your domicile.
Chance nods, and as he turns, he takes a deep breath, and he looks at Heliodora, and, looking to give each other some certainty, and walks forward with her.
You guys start to move forwards. Morph's like, interesting. I'm glad that the RNAN representative is meeting us at the very least.
Yeah, unless they've, gone local.
Looks across. Well, from what I understand, both Dr. Cosmo and their sister were both born and raised in Indigo. Isn't that correct, Doctor? Cosmo, from behind, sort of like stands up straight. Yeah, we're both from the city. Shrine Street, was it? Yeah, Shrine Street. Quietly up.
Smiles.
Quietly off to the side. Well, that's an important fact to keep in mind, I think.
You guys sure are acting like you're against everyone here. I think you should be a little careful with how you say things.
I don't see how we're against anybody. We're just several of Indigo's best and brightest working together for the betterment of the city.
Of course.
Y'all coming out here with your fucking villain speak. Cassie's just like, why are you guys talking like villains right now in front of everyone?
Tia remains quiet in the back and just walks in with your little crew. Okay, let me copy paste y'all.
Thank you for being here for emotional support, Tia and Skyus. Thank you. I need it.
Problem.
I'm waiting for, you're like, okay, I'm gonna call them over. I'm like, Interesting. More pieces to put on the board. What motherfuckery will they get up to? I have no idea. Okay.
I hope good things.
Back
I like when Tia turns on that fog.
here. The peaceful one?
Yeah, the very like nice, pleasant,
The serene one? This is the implicit trust face. She is blissful. She is blissful at this moment. Head empty. There you go.
That can menace me on the GM sometime.
Yeah, she does appear in ghost form to menace you occasionally. Heliodora holds the door open for you guys as you move in. Okay, so... Comes a roll for the Tide's Edge. They're on good behavior, but it's tense. They're all at attention, but there is an animosity in the air that you can't disguise with pleasant smiles. There's... If I had to put it clearly, everyone in this room fucking hates this. Like, so much. They're doing their best to disguise it. However, no one likes this. The door opens and you hear a voice boom from the other side. Welcome to Tide Headquarters. My name is Julius Tier, the current acting Tide Master. Please, noble inspectors from Aranea, tour our facilities. He sort of gestures around. The Araneans begin to head out and into the area, moving around, making sure that everything is going good over here. Cosmo moves in and sort of sketchily bows ahead and then moves past still a little nervous. Morph is like...
Gets out the way for you two to enter.
Yeah, Morph starts to walk up and is like, well, hello, we're the inspectors from the Calamity Tempest. This is our head of the Exorcist Division, and I suppose potentially your new boss. Motions over to Beretta.
It's a pleasure to meet everybody here. I look forward to working together.
Tyr looks over to you. Yeah, there's an awkward silence as Tyr maintains fucking eye contact with you, Beretta. Oh, no, don't be an asshole, Tyr. No!
Can't stop him.
Yeah, he looks over to Beretta and is like, wow, I didn't expect to see you back so soon. You must have risen through the ranks rather quickly to already be the head of the Exorcist Division.
Yeah, you tend to do that when you're good at your job. You also don't end up getting audited.
Tyr.
Here's the room with Skyus and Tia.
Yeah, and oh boy, Tyr, we're gonna see if he takes the bait and continues to get salty with you. He does not in this case. He's got a 50-50 shot of being an asshole. I'm gonna be real. On every roll, he looks past you, Beretta, and is like, I see we have additional guests.
Yeah.
Miles.
From the back, Skyus raises a hand up. Ah, yes, hello. I hope you do not mind us intruding. I was informed of the inspection. I figured this would be a good time to weasel my way in and just see how things tick over here.
I see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, Tyr. Oh yeah, time to be a motherfucker. He looks at Cassius, then looks at Skyus, then looks at Beretta, and he gets a shitty, awful grin on his face.
Cassius starts shaking his head in the background. Starts shaking his head like, whatever you're about to do, don't do it. He knows he'll still do it, but he's
still gonna do it. It cannot be stopped. You feel this. You and Sonder have this experience of seeing the fucking train coming before it hits. And he goes, oh, well, the noble scion of the Camellia family has come to visit us on this auspicious day. It's great to see you, and especially during this inspection, this clandestine inspection. If I can ask, just a point of curiosity, does the Camellia family and the 13th Ward as a whole have an interest in exorcism.
Didn't you guys hire an exorcist recently?
That's correct.
Right?
Yes, we did. We did hire the exorcist from Lucerne. He kind of gets he gets a smile on his face. Excuse me. Actually, he actually motions for Beretta Morph to move out of the way so he can speak to Tyr more directly.
Oh yes, please don't let us get in your way.
He walks up to Tyr. Mind if I ask why you are asking yourself?
He takes a step forward. Well, it's hard times. Our noble family here, he says, like, motioning back. We are doing our best to stay afloat, but naturally, business is still business, and complications arise occasionally. So I was just curious if the Camellia family as a whole perhaps has an interest in exorcism. And then he very flagrantly says, like, oh, are you interested in selling? And then rolls back and goes, we're very experienced in the area, and perhaps we can train some of your exorcists. And then rolls it back almost immediately. And Morph's like, haha, getting awfully close to treason there. He says, whispering over to Beretta.
No, it's actually quite interesting to watch such a revered swordsman trying to decide which boot he'd like to be under. Beretta says out loud.
Oh, don't worry, actually. As you say that, Beretta, Skyus actually flat out fucking interrupts you. He flat out interrupts your ass. Okay then, Mr. Tidemaster. If that's the case, how about you prove it to me that you can do something like that?
Cassius has been in the corner. He's like, okay, this is gonna help. We're good. And then he makes eye contact with Tia, and then Tyr starts talking, and Tia just watches his face just go through 700 emotions, this one being the most frequent, and then these three start talking, and Cassius looks like he's gonna cry. Cassius looks like he's about to burst into fucking tears.
Tyr is going to roll.
Chance has a similar expression.
Boom! Asshole time! Easily done! He says with a big smile!
Is that
like,
so?
Cassius speaks up.
I don't know how you would do something like that without a ghost actively protested on.
I can show them our quarters. I can show them how prepared we are in case of an incident. I'm going to take them on the tour. Don't worry, Chance. I've got this.
Wonderful. I look forward to the tour.
Tyr starts to walk. Heliodor is like, oh no, is this a good idea? Over to Cassius.
No. This is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea.
Tyr
Okay.
starts to walk.
Fred.
Yeah?
That's gonna be his instincts.
Oh.
He's gonna physically push himself in front of Tyr and just sort of stand there for a hot second as though trying to block Tyr from view as his mind is completely frozen.
Oh, this is interesting. Is there dissension in the ranks?
Blinks, turns to Tyr and starts signing furiously. Captain, I believe the cat is still upstairs.
Let's see. Can Tyr you decide to not be an asshole, Tyr. Chance.
Lock in red or yellow and stay there, bitch.
Chance, you put in the McFucking work, and Tyr goes, of course, I'm sorry, I will be preparing my quarters for the inspection. Chance is more than capable of showing you all around. He pats Chance on the shoulder, and then nods, and heads off in this direction. And Chance is going to Tyr's gonna McFucking trust you.
Chance fucking audible exhale. Then he'll turn around and he'll sign, look at with a calm smile, knowing that the people who can't read sign probably won't pick up on his shaky hands.
Oh.
Cassius will
be happy to answer any questions you have about this space before we continue to the other rooms.
Cassius will repeat everything that Chance is saying out loud in case someone here can't read.
No, you pass it along, and everyone is brought into the know. And Morph immediately over to Brett is like, excellent job handling the Tide Master.
Unfortunately, he's not as tough as he looks.
Morph smiles. You all you start leading them around Tide HQ. So basically, we're gonna hit up some rooms. You are going to do this room really fast down below. I'm just gonna let's come up with a plan. Down here, up here, you will walk over to the stairs and then mostly go like you go upstairs and check out the books. Like that's fine. And then we will similarly check out the basement, etc., and work our way over here, and then finally up to Tyr's room, where this will resolve.
All right. Chance is going to make a roll to try to impress the importance of the Tide headquarters as it is.
Ah, excellent.
Speaking from instinct, he will basically go, as you can see, the Tide has a large focus on a large communal space where we can all sit, eat, and cook together. Because our community is so close, this allows us to remain in close contact with each other and share our space. Our family is important to us, and a space such as this helps facilitate it.
Mm-hmm.
Roll to do. He tried.
He did his fucking best. Oh boy.
Beretta raises her hand like she's in class.
Yes, points to Beretta.
You mentioned the community here. I've heard of Tide referred to as kind of a big family, correct?
Chance nods.
What exactly is the structure of this family?
Chance actually smiles because this is something that he's kind of prepared for. Speaking of relation-wise, all of our members are closely connected and understand and know each other well. We're very comfortable and less formal than other organizations such as the Tempest. However, we do adhere to a command structure so as to keep orders clear in the field and other times of crisis. For example, I'm the assistant quartermaster. The direct quartermaster is the rank above mine, and captains above individual department heads, and the Tide leader, of course, at the top.
Interesting. So we've met the Tide Master in Julius Tier, correct?
Nods.
Who are some of these other people in the, I suppose, power structure?
He'll actually nod at Karsh, who is presumably
Yo! He throws up a hand and waves. He's like, hey, I'm sort of the, I'm like the field commander. My name's Karsh. He sort of stands up, moves over, holds out a hand to both of you. They are backwards.
She backwards shakes his hand.
Gaius will shake his right hand with his left hand.
He looks at you and is like, yeah, you gotta forgive me. My manners aren't exactly the best because I spend most of my time fighting monsters, but at the same time, welcome to our house. He says with a big smile. I appreciate you stopping by. Everyone works. Oh God, Karsh, let's roll for Sweet Puppy. Is it Sweet Puppy? Holy shit, it is actually. Karsh's expression lights up. Everyone works really, really hard on making sure everything's presentable, but at the end of the day, we're kind of we're a bunch of rowdy, we're a bunch of rowdy monster hunters. And we function best under, the level of supervision that they give us. They trust us a lot, and it lets us sort of thrive to the best of our ability. And then Karsh, you're killing me.
Chance is giving Karsh the biggest double thumbs up. He is killing it.
Karsh rolled blue. Blue is his Von stat. So he's gonna recollect, and he goes, did you know? All throughout Tide's Edge history, from now to the very beginning, we've never had a casualty. It's pretty much peerless amongst monster hunters. Ain't nothing exactly like this. As a family, this title is our pride, you know? It's a promise that no one under our protection is gonna die. He smiles.
I see. That is quite a high achievement. I believe not even our own Tsubaki Knights have managed to achieve something on that level.
Tia, dramatic pain sound effect for half of a second. Only you are aware of, Skyus. Everyone else, it looks like she's blissful the entire time.
Yes. Skyus kind of rubs his chin a little. On top of that, I will also say the entire communal effort you're putting in here is quite similar to the Tsubaki Knights as well. So it is a bit of a familiar territory. Although I must ask, I am quite curious about a few of the facilities you have here, if you do not mind me asking.
Yeah, of course. My man Chance can handle it. Double finger guns. He drops back, and like Karsh has a big smile on his face, and then he realizes that you said the thing about the Tsubaki Knights, and he's like, thinking, I wanna go see them. Karsh did a good for once.
Yeah. As soon as attention changes back to him, Chance like drops the double thumbs up he's been giving Karsh the entire time.
On that, Skyus actually turns to Chance. I was actually rather curious. Upon my initial entering of this place, I took note of a few things I noticed along the way, and one of which I believe we'll be entering shortly, so I'll save that for later. But I must ask, upon entering I happened to notice you had a Raojin-style dojo, and across the way I happened to notice as well what appeared to be a Zen garden of some sort. May I please ask what is the purpose of these facilities, if I have heard that within your basement you have another training area entirely?
Chance actually got a little bit prepared for this too. The members of the Tide each practice fairly different styles. We have multiple masters of various arts, some of which practice Raojin styles, and to which we've used these spaces to best benefit the training of those skills. Others in our ranks benefit from different training, and we facilitate the different areas accordingly. It is all about drawing out the individual strengths of our members.
I see. I suppose a follow-up question to that. So, I do fully understand that many of the facilities here had to be remodeled eventually. The original Tide's Edge headquarters, being out in the middle of the woods, had to be changed for their new position within the city. Therefore, you remodeled it into you remodeled a ship that you owned into a headquarters facility, correct?
Chance nods. We are actually inside the body of the original boat at this moment.
I see. I suppose my question here is that the wisest place to add a new headquarters, I suppose? He tilts his head.
Chance is gonna have a moment, because he didn't have a answer prepared for this. This was like, why is your headquarters a boat? It was like on the list, but not, why is it parked here?
From what I understand, this would have been a rather major loss in terms of mobility and, well, all in all resources. This could have been used for a myriad of other uses. So why remodel a boat when instead you could have, I don't know, rented out any of the abandoned buildings that exist within Old Town?
Chance, do you wanna roll to search for the answer?
Yeah, he rolled recovery, which is not a bad stat for this. Oh, but he biffed it. He biffed it.
Now,
so
I will
hard.
say you do not have any like numbers locked in. So do you want to give Chance the world's fastest numbers?
Yeah.
It's fine. Chance is just a standard Tide member, so he's only gonna have like a 1 or a 2 at best.
Okay, so he's like looking at a 12. Okay, I'm gonna roll something really quick. Christ. Okay.
Nope.
So Chance, you start sort of like floundering for a moment, and you feel the presence from Morph sort of behind Beretta, like staring a little more carefully at Chance throughout. It's like, it is a relatively good question.
And Chance is like, I know there was a reason for this. I didn't think about preparing for this answer. Just desperately trying to think about it.
Walk. Dead silence. Feeling of dread over your shoulder as the world's most unsociable man somehow out of the tide is behind you, Chance. And he like looks over at you. Oh, are you asking about the boat?
That is correct.
He like looks around. This piece of junk was going to be decommissioned, so we purchased it. he like looks at it. Honestly, this thing's kind of a piece of crap. And as he says this, for a second you're like, Seymour, did you just bail us out? And then he looks dead at Beretta in the back and is like, tell your corporate overlords to pay us better so we don't need to live out of a fucking boat. And then he walks off.
Wow.
What a deep observation.
This expression of blank horror as he and then he slowly rotates back around.
Seymour sucks. I love him.
Well, it
Chance
sounds
knew
like
this was
this
coming
was...
as soon as Seymour came over.
Well, it sounds like the answer to your question is, it was more affordable than renting something out.
Chance also like has a light bulb moment as it's like, right, that's why. After the empty night, building materials were also in high need. It would have been irresponsible to take something that others needed more when we had this asset available to us.
How thoughtful.
I see. That brings up a question I must ask, actually. If it is in the case that you yourselves lacked any funds to purchase out a building or headquarters out of Old Town or even Seaside, from, I believe, Aranea as your current employers, he actually turns to Beretta and Morph. I must ask, I believe the Tempest has several installations throughout the city. May I please ask, why is that is the case? If both of you are employed by Aranea, then wouldn't you both be given a similar amount of funding?
Chance has just fucking blinks as the spotlight of doom is suddenly
yeah,
on another person.
Off him for a sec. Morph like looks over to Beretta. Should I answer this, or would you prefer to?
It's not my job. I handle ghosts.
Morph takes a step forward and is like, well, the reason for the discrepancy in funding is the fact that we are two separate, distinct organizations with different personnel and needs. The Tide's Edge, in particular, recently has been focused on the art of exorcism alone. It wouldn't be quite the same to be giving them a police force's funding if they're not going to be a police force. As
they weren't getting funding when they were a police force either. The real answer is favoritism.
Morph throws up.
Cassius has been translating for Morph for Chance this whole time, so Chance just like puts his hands up like I didn't say that.
Morph throws up his hands with a shrug and he's like, from what I understand, supply as far as it goes to the Calamity Tempest is also provided internally from the Calamity Tempest themselves. They have quite the sizable war chest. He sits down and goes, from what I understand, the Tide is actually quite dissimilar in that regard. When Gwyn picked up this organization, I believe you all were on the verge of starving. Wasn't that correct? He says, like, looking at the room as a whole. That is true, unfortunately. You guys were literally on the verge of collapse when Aranea picked you up.
And almost instantly tagging in after Morph, who so eloquently put, if resources are the issue here, and you want to get out of this, what was it called? Piece of crap boat? I think that folding these two entities into each other would take care of all of that, wouldn't it?
Morph smiles.
See, Skyus's face kind of re-straightens and he looks back over to Chance. may we actually continue going on ahead?
Chance is actually, like, you can see his little hands are kind of crunched into fists, and when you say that, he, like, yes, please follow me.
Yes, let's look at this piece of crap boat.
Chance is gonna show you the skeleton room. Oh, are we going up first?
Yeah, you should show them the skeleton room. I'm gonna see what Tia does for Cassie. Oh, Tia, no. Okay, sure. Cassius, Tia grabs your hand and squeezes it once and then keeps walking.
Oh, thank you, Tia.
And that's all she does. You guys go into the fucking skeleton room.
Hey. Skyers looks around. I believe this is a place where you held many former trophies of the hunts at the Tide's Edge once performed back in their monster hunting days, correct?
Chance nods. We attempt to reassemble the skeletons and remains of any monsters we are required to slay, so that we might not only preserve the natural knowledge of them, but also learn from them in case of future encounters.
I see.
This is fucking prepared. Let's be real, none of the Tide knows how to read.
If that is the case, then if you do not mind me asking, due to the Tide's new positions as a law enforcement group, what would be the purpose of preserving these here? If I believe it, your duties are no longer allocated to that of slaying monsters, more so of enforcing laws and apprehending criminals.
Chance is actually another one he prepared for. Although our current duties are different from the ones we originally focused on, our roots remain in monster hunting, and the knowledge will remain pertinent if such an incident, however unlikely, were to strike the city again. We would wish to be, or should our situations change in the future, we would be more than ready to resume the duties we once held. In addition, it is important history to us.
That being said, Skyus, they have since gone from being a police force to an exorcist company. So, monsters, ghosts, kind of the same thing.
I see.
Chance blinks, not expecting that support from Beretta.
Helio throws up a hand and is like, well, also, all of the different skeletons contained within here do have apparently historical and biological significance. We're currently in talks to have some of the skeletons in storage displayed at the university. This room has a lot of monetary value, actually, that's been registered with RNA.
I see. Very interesting. Skyus observes the room a bit more. And as Miss Pietro has stated, you have recently swapped over to being that of a exorcist corps, which I can see the benefits of having knowledge such as this, given the unnatural nature of what you will be soon dealing with. He smiles. If you don't mind me asking, actually, how has this exorcism endeavors been going for you so far?
How have they been going for the Tide? Have we had a lot of adventures?
Reasonably? Yeah, okay, so the best way to put it, you have gotten up to an amount of shit that is about as much as you could have gotten into. It hasn't been like breakthrough case after breakthrough case, but in terms of like the amount of work you've been putting out, it is reasonable. That's the best description. It's sellable, but not a slam dunk. Yeah. Like, if it were miserable and you had to cover it up, this would be hopeless, and if it was a slam dunk, this would be pointless. So it's things are going okay.
Cassius will actually help you out with this one. He speaks up. He's gonna try his best at least.
Actually, I can also assist with answering this question. Because the nature of the Tide's Edge is current duties are supernatural, they have to hire independent contractors such as myself and other detectives to confirm the supernatural nature of cases before they actually act upon them. I go out and look into cases pretty much every day to see if there's something that Tide need to be look into, and they get cases pretty regularly that are indeed supernatural that they have to take care of. I believe recently, actually, the doctor at the Tempest had a supernatural break-in that they had to station Tide's members to check out. I don't believe he wanted that to happen, though.
I see. Gaius turns around to Morph, actually, and tell me, has the Calamity Tempest and by extension looks over Heliodora Aranea acknowledged these independent contractors?
He sort of scratches his chin. The subject of independent contractors themselves is within the purview of the Tidemaster, I believe, to spend money on. I think it is a silly use of resources when his organization is supposed to handle things in the stead of independent contractors, but technically it is within his purview, he says, kind of shrugging.
He actually cuts in for a moment. Tell me, actually, from what I have recently understood, Miss Pietro here is your lead exorcism captain for the Tempest.
Yes, of course.
Would this not be a similar situation as to hiring an independent contractor? If you say such a thing is silly, were you against it initially?
I'm not an independent contractor.
Yes.
I work directly for Tempest. If there is an investigation that needs to be done in the supernatural realm, I handle it.
And if it were the case that she were an independent contractor, is Morph gonna bet for fucking Beretta Pietro? We're gonna see. Okay.
My friend.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Sure, Morph. Why? Okay. He like looks over to you for a second and goes like, originally it is as you say. I protested the inclusion of Miss Pietro. I believed that she was, as an independent contractor, something of a compromising element to our organization. But she has proven over time to be exceptionally loyal, and she has proven herself to be Tempest through and through. His eyes sort of cast back to Cassius. Would you say the same about you and the Tide?
I am an independent contractor.
I see.
I am simply here to confirm things that they are not able to confirm themselves.
Then tell me something, if I may ask one more thing of you. If the Tide had hired these exorcists that are currently independent contractors as full-time members of the Tide's Edge, would you still believe it is such a silly thing?
He scratches his chin. No. In fact, if they did so, I would sleep a little easier.
Hey.
It would be better for... It would be better for the Tide's duties to be handled by Tide members.
BTW. He
Wait,
like nods. It was Tia Cassius. And I've got some other ones. He nods and he goes, it would make me sleep a little bit more easily because they'd have some accountability.
I see. He
If you'd like to hold me accountable, you can.
Chance has one hand in like his big sweater top pocket, and Heliodora can see this, but he's swirling a vial of liquid around. It's like a worry stone. He does this he's freaking out a little bit.
Skyus actually turns and looks over at Heliodora. I apologize, I interrupted you before you got to speak your 2 cents.
No, it's completely okay. So, our name guidelines state that people of the city know the city the best. Aranea is a countrywide company, and we acknowledge and support people of the local area. We want to make sure that they can properly adapt and have room to do whatever it is they're going to do. So we actually have extensive documentation related to independent contractors. We fully support their hiring and inclusion in this process. While it may not be how Calamity Tempest does things, RNA and guidelines are pretty clear about this.
I see. You say that to Skyus and you notice his brow kind of furrow for a moment. I must admit, that does paying a bit of worry in my mind. He kind of gestures back to the Calamity Tempest members behind him. Last I had checked, the Aranea, and by extension Calamity Tempest, had recently removed an entire local establishment from the city itself, turning it into a military outpost smack dab in the middle of the city's own arts district. If it is the case that they are willing to trust people from the city more so than that, then why would they go on ahead and just remove something like that?
Oh. He, looks over to Bretta. May I field this one?
Go ahead.
It's because Calamity Tempest and RNA are still distinct entities. We're trusted to implement our duty to the best of our own abilities, and we requested an outpost. RNA was happy to comply, but at the same time, this was our decision. He smiles still. While RNA has its own philosophy, the reason that they hired the Calamity Tempest as a mercenary corps is because oh God, Morph, how are you feeling? Sorry, gotta roll for him. Okay. We have our own methods of doing things as well, and RNA trusts us to get the job done.
I see. So you have your own methodology, just like the Tide do. Do you think those methodologies will mesh well if you are truly to be folded into each other?
Oh fuck, you're asking Morph this question?
Yeah, he's the one who brought it up.
Oh god, is Morph gonna be fucking honest? He rolled his Tempest stat, so he looks over to Beretta and goes, well, you're the new hire. What do you think? Deflects the shit out of that question.
As someone born and raised in Indigo, I feel like there's nobody more suited to handle this merger than someone like me. If you are going to use independent contractors, like, might I say, a close personal friend of mine, Cassius, I think it wouldn't make any difference if I were the one fielding it, rather than the rather prickly Julius Tier.
I see. He,
Swish, swish, swish. The vial swooshing around becomes almost audible.
I see. Honestly, Skyus thinks about that. I'm not going to lie to you, a lot of that seems self-contradictory to me.
He peers over to you.
If Aranea is so trusting of the people of this city, albeit you did say that you went through all these means personally to obtain these things you have obtained, you are now in the process of attempting to obtain the Tide as well, when their very existence was meant to show that trust in the city. By therefore doing so, you are taking away their ability to have that control of their own actions, therefore how they could affect the city. He looks at Morph. It honestly, and apologies if this sounds rude, it kinda just feels like you're lying to me.
Scius, if I might be so bold, I think you're projecting something onto us that simply doesn't fit.
And how so?
You seem to be assuming that we are the ones making this decision. If Aranea wants to fold its two entities that it owns into each other, it will do that.
Miss Pietro, are you a fool?
No, I'm just somebody doing my job.
He leans back a little bit and then looks directly at you for a moment. What I had said already still stands. By doing so, the Aranea, by folding them together, is taking away the limbs of the Tide. While I will say I am trying my best to be impartial here, you and the Tempest have blatantly outspoken yourselves as villains before, and You're doing a bad job of convincing me otherwise currently. He's actually going to roll to do versus you right now, Beretta.
Okay.
Boop. He is going to lock in his blue. 2, 3. Hit. This bonus. Okay, roll the die versus that.
I'm still purple, so we're clashing.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I don't like that Tia has swapped to an upset pog. Fear of God. Cassius and Tia in the back like Fear of God?
Devil trigger.
Yeah. Right here, right now, you're gonna hit it with the +9?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's yoke out your stat. You guys both functionally have a +9 on your roll. Because of Skyus' bonus, this will just be luck.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is only a 29 because it replaces your attribute level.
Oh, okay.
But that is still obviously higher. Sparks fly for a moment between the two of you, and God, how does this situation collapse in favor of of Tempest? How do we do it? Okay, I think I know. You two stare at each other and oh God. I guess Morph is gonna be the one to like he almost just sighs and opens up his mouth. It's like, well, I wouldn't call it exactly lying, but at the same time, it feels like you're casting judgment on a messenger at this point. Ultimately, as we said, it's up to our managers on high whether or not this organization continues to exist. We can argue ideology all day, but ultimately, what you convince us of is what we're going to put in a report. Even if you spilled your entire heart out, and he like looks over at Chance and Heliodora in the process, even if everyone begged us on their hands and knees that the tide should continue on, all that we'll say on the report is that we witnessed you all begging. He looks at you, Skyus, and goes, Miss Pietro may have her own ideals that she fights hard for, but at the same time, we are simply going to write down exactly what we've seen and heard. He looks at the rest of the room, and here's where the clash comes in. Earlier, someone's been looking around the room, and oh God, let's play something tense. Intrigue. Let's do this. Cosmo split from the group almost immediately. Seeing that large wagon train, they just traveled around the tide as a whole, like poking and prodding at all the various items. They tried to get the attention of various tide members while they were doing this, and for the most part, they received exclusively gruff answers. Cosmo sort of like nodded along, going along with the discussion, and moved past, trying to like find a way, I guess, out of this awkward situation they found themselves in. They walk across the floor. Why the hell am I doing this? Put their hand on the door, and they slowly open up into a Zen garden. And there's someone sitting out here, and Cosmo like looks out and across at Sam, who appears to be hunched over, and they put up a hand. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Oh, wait, I'm an inspector, and then walks forward. And as they sort of get a little closer, they notice something. They notice that Sam is hunched over, and he appears to be crying. They're like, oh, sorry. Sam's like, yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, what can I do for you? You're one of the inspectors, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go. Cosmo opens the door and, exhaling extremely heavily, just walks out and is like, what the fuck am I doing? As they're gonna they're gonna just move their way over in this direction. And even as like the conversation grows increasingly intense over in this corner, they poke their head in and interrupt the tense situation. And Cosmo goes, "Hey, I've seen everything I need to. I'm going, okay?" And Morph like casts his gaze over and is like, "Well, it seems like one of our inspectors is done. Let's move on with the conversation, shall we?"
We are here to do a job, and no part of that job was trying to justify ourselves to an unasked for third party.
Tia, oh, hey Cassius.
Yeah.
Tia's holding your hand this time, not to support you.
No, Cassius is holding Tia's hand for support and to support.
Helios speaks up and is like, "Yeah, let's move on with the tour, okay?"
Very
Chance
well.
was sort of frozen for a second, looking after Cosmo, and then he comes back when Heliodora says that. Yes, please, if you'll follow me to the next area, unless there are any other questions.
Oh boy, you guys continue on. And then I'm going to cut ahead.
Yep.
Oh god, so the conversation goes on. And I'm going to split this into 2 scenes upstairs.
I'm gonna roll to see how Chance did with the rest of the main floor.
Yeah.
Not-
You
not
can.
bad,
For the most part, I feel like we've more or less established the direction that things were going. So, in this case, Beretta Pietro, you're gonna talk to Julius Tier 1v1 while the rest of you talk to Morph.
Fun.
No, listen, we all have fun here. Okay, and then I'm gonna flip a coin to see who goes first.
Bet a coin?
Oh yeah, no, you get your coin. Heads, it's the Beretta Tier group. Tails, it's the everybody else.
Tails.
Tails, everybody else. Okay, excellent. You all make your way upstairs, and Beretta. So basically, here's the way it played out. Take whatever roles you've seen up to this point, and just extrapolate them for the rest of the tour. You know what was happening there. And by the time you make it up to this floor, you've seen everything. And Brett asks for a meeting alone with Julius Tier, and they're off doing it. And Tia's still sticking pretty close to you, Cassius.
He's being very quiet.
And Morphlike looks around and is like, "Well, I have to admit, it is a somewhat nice boat." He says with that smile on his face.
God damn it.
He looks between Tia and Skyus and goes, "I am curious. What does the Camellia family think of all of this?"
Skyus thinks for a moment. In what regard, if you don't mind me asking?
What's your opinion on the Tide's Edge as a whole? You're a fresh set of eyes to the situation, and just as I turned to my cohort earlier, I think your view has merit due to your freshness. It's a douchey way of saying you're new here and don't know what you're talking about. Transparently. Like, you can see through that shit instantly. You're Skyus, you've dealt with this shit your entire life.
Okay. Skyus is going to die real quick. Okay. Skyus locks in his yellow and he thinks about that long and hard. Well, if you ask me, just from what I've seen today, based on my gut and gut alone, I will say this. As it is currently, it is very clear the Tide's Edge cannot exist as it is currently standing. He looks directly at you, at Morph. Albeit you and Miss Pietro, despite all of your attempts to explain the current situation to me, I must say it is all still lost on me. As far as I could see, for the most part, you all are still just kind of going in a circle, with the only excuse being that you have to listen to a higher being than yourself.
He exhales and is just like, well, I guess to clarify things,
he actually stops him and holds up
Oh.
a hand. I am not asking for you to justify yourself to me.
His eyebrow cocks.
I quite frankly don't really care very much. He straightens himself up a bit. As it is currently, my duty here was just merely to act as a third party, to sit around and watch what happens in here and make a comment or two. He looks at Morth. He looks directly at Morph. I know part of this was to discern a judgment of you as an organization personally. I was more here just to observe the tide. Any remarks I made earlier, I must admit I got ahead of myself quite a bit.
He chuckles. Perhaps I did as well. While I'm technically a part of Tempest, I'm one of those independent contractors you were talking about earlier. He sort of smiles. I was brought in as a consultant to make the process within the city that much smoother. I have to admit, I got prickly at the concept of other independent consultants. His eyes flit vaguely over you, Cassius, for a moment.
The second... I have Cassius's alt put here so you can see how he's feeling.
Yeah.
This is the face he's making. He has had a stiff upper lip the entire time and has just been very quiet.
He shrugs. He's like, I have my own opinions, but I try my best not to get them mixed in with business.
I see. He thinks to himself a little bit. And why is that? I believe as independent contractor, you do have some form of wiggle room in that regard.
If I was paid for my opinion, I would have heard it a long time ago. He sort of like loosens his shoulders. He like sort of shrugs, and like goes back to smiling. Unfortunately, I'm not paid to make things. I'm not paid to enforce my vision on the city. I'm paid to make things smooth.
See, in what regard?
He motions back. Unfortunately, this is the business that I'm up to for the most part. I was in charge of mostly dismantling the various mafia families that found themselves on the other side of the law. I tend to be a kind and smiling face for miserable people on the way out to despise, I suppose. He has a his smile is unblinking. To some extent, I think I'm the Grim Reaper of exile around this city.
I see. So you said your duties were to remove mafia families from the city?
Yes, but
why are you still here?
The business is never done, I suppose. I have to admit, with Riviera cleaned out, however, I've been reassigned to other work. He taps the wall.
I see. So you'd say your new work is now that of someone to expand the Tempest and by extension RNA's vision.
To make sure that the Calamity Tempest as a band of mercenaries integrates as smoothly as possible into this city. He folds his hands. They're a band of soldiers, not police, not politicians. To some extent, they need guidance, and RNA has seen fit to trust me with that job.
See. He thinks about that for a few moments. So, if that's the case, then you are more so a contractor for the very corporation of RNA itself than the Tempest currently.
Exactly. I find myself spending so much time with the Tempest, it's easy for the line to blur for me, but I guess I let my emotions get the better of me. He seems genuinely a little surprised at that.
Hey. He kind of tilts his head a bit. Is that due to some kind of odd attachment you found yourself with?
Odd attachment is just repetitive. It's repetitive motion. It's where I go to work every day. I do have to admit, my job as go-between for the various factions has slanted in their direction because they seem to be the main point of friction. He then looks over at the two of you, Tia and Skyus, and has the fucking gall to say, should you ever be in the market for a diplomat, my services are technically paid for already.
I see. He, kind of thinks about that a little bit. I say this with as much respect as I can. I think that'd be a poor decision as it is currently. After all, it looks like everyone and their mom hates you.
He shrugs and smiles. Yes, I do believe that was also part of the plan. He rests his head against the wall.
You wish to be hated?
He sort of like looks over to you. To tell you the truth, I don't really give a damn either direction.
Why?
He shrugs. It's the job I've been given. It is a role that I specifically can fill. If everyone decides to hate my guts, I suppose that's fine. I'll move on from this city knowing that I did my absolute best and that no one else could have performed my function.
I see. He thinks to himself a little bit. You're quite content with allowing people above you to dictate how other people feel about you. Is that so?
He sort of nods. That's their business instead of mine. I don't particularly care, so if it's my job to be a scapegoat, then I'll take it gleefully.
See. He thinks for a little bit. I'm gonna roll something. I want to pierce into Morph's brain right now.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna roll to empathize with him?
Yes.
Roll to do.
Okay,
you would get a bonus on it.
Oh, which bonus is that?
The 2d6.
Okay.
He would be at
Pierces the mask, dude.
Pierces the mask. That'd be a 13 on him right now. Okay! Tell me which of his stats you are eliminating?
I'm gonna remove his blue.
Yeah, smart. Let's block out blue. Okay. Then ask your question and take a guess at what of his two stats he will respond with. Give him a prod or a prompt.
He looks at Morph for a little bit. If you don't mind me asking, if it is because that you are so willing to allow people above you to dictate what others feel about you, is that because you yourself don't know what you want others to feel about you?
Oh, excellent. Okay, roll to die from him. I want you to guess what he just locked in. I'm not doing it on his sheet. And based on his response. This is just the additional layer of if you do this, you get information about Morph. So. Oh boy, he like looks at you, eye peeks open slightly. I let other people determine my public image because I count on their connections to bring me into positions that I would not be able to reach naturally. I hate to say it, but it's a pragmatic trade. I have my own opinions and motivations that I wish to chase, and if my reputation is the price that I have to pay for that, I'm more than willing. Take a guess at what stat that was.
I'm going to take a bit of a gamble, because I could say it was yellow, but I'm going to say it was red.
Good call, yep. Yeah, no, you got it. Oh god, yeah, no, he says that, you see through him, you get bond one with Morph, because you now understand him somewhat. Yeah, this is his, how do I put this? You feel a weird amount of resonance between your yellow and his red. His red is the, like, desperate, the fucking desperate version of your yellow is the best way to put it.
He guys kind of thinks about what Morph said there a little bit. Yes, I think I
can't ever work with you as a person.
Oh, truly a shame. He says, clapping his hands together. And I found you so agreeable. Well, if we ever meet again, out on the diplomatic floor, best of luck to both of us.
Guys just sort of nods at him.
Morph.
Chance is going to, like, sort of been looking at Morph since this conversation started. He's going to take a step forward, and he's going to sign. What are you going to tell your superiors?
Well, there's no avoiding it, he says, looking over to Skyus. A big part of the report will be about Camellia participation, which I expect to complicate things. He says with half of a smile. Inside. You're sitting across from Julius Tier, Beretta.
Here we are.
Here we are. Look at us. Here we are.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Oh, okay, Tier. Yeah, of course you're feeling this way. Prickly bitch. Okay, here we go. Tier like looks across and is like, so, head of the Exorcist Division, huh? Immediately.
That is my job.
So,
and judging by the way that the rest of that tour went, it seems like I'm going to be the new Tide Master as well.
Not Tide Master, just my boss.
Yeah, what's the
Unfortunately,
difference?
well, it's a title. It's important. Names have value. No matter what happens here, you will not take the job of Tide Master from me.
That's all well and good. I don't really want it anyway.
Good. He offers like a back the fuck off. This is mine. he like looks over and is like, I have to ask, what the hell's your angle here?
What's my angle?
Yes. Why are you here? What's your goal? You're with the Pietros, which means you could be living whatever the hell life you wanted. Why are you out here as a soldier?
I mean, yes, Pietro is my last name. However, I am just here as a representative of Tempest doing my job.
Okay, so that's how it's gonna be.
Are you not a representative of Tide doing your job?
I was hoping that there might be some more human connection than that, but I suppose if that is how this has to be, that is how this has to be.
Well, then try me.
And he looks. Why bother? Why bother with all of this? You know what's happening here, don't you? They're just putting the boot to us again. Send a message.
I am aware of what's happening, and perhaps it would be in your best interest to have somebody on your side, on the other side.
He exhales. And you're saying that's you?
I'm saying it could be me, if you want to make that human connection.
He looks at you dead in the face. Okay. You want the asshole stats this time. You got the asshole stats this time. If it had been red or yellow, it would have been like, oh, go piss off. I have Cassius and Sonder, it's fine. Sometimes implicit trust is not the best. He's gonna lock in. Yeah, Sonder's on a bird date. I'm sure Sonder, my most trusted subordinate, is off doing something very important right now, currently staring at a bird. He leans in and goes, okay, try me. Why bother reaching out?
Why bother reaching out? Well,
Yeah.
because the way things have been going hasn't been working, have they?
Define working. What's the end goal here?
A bunch of equal and opposite organizations stuck in a gridlock that doesn't do anything.
He shuts up. I see your point, yes.
You guys here at Tide want to be monster hunters. That's your history. You still wear it on your walls, the skeletons of the monsters that you hunted in the past. but for some reason, you're completely fine with cleaning up the streets, doing the job that wasn't assigned to you, even after that job was taken away. Why is that?
He leans in. Monster hunting is, to some extent, a means to an end. Our job is... Oh, no, Tyr. No. Okay. Fuck. God, Okay, Tyr. Jesus Christ. He has a split second of a fucking break. This is normally the point where he'd say that the Tide's Edge is important because they'll stick together through thick and thin and they're his family and stuff. But his red stat in this moment, it takes him somewhere else for a moment. It takes him back to this figure that clawed its way out of that inferno. And his expression darkens. He leans forward and exhales. The point isn't to just stick together as a family. The point is to break this stagnating cycle that is strangling our city. The point of the Tide's Edge has always been survival. He looks over at you. I don't think these people would consider integration with the Tempest to be survival. I don't think they would consider their family to be ripped apart survival. The goal behind the Tide always was to live. And unfortunately, our fate and Indigo's are now one and the same. You get an honest read from Julius Tyr.
Your goal is to live.
He nods.
Your goal is to break the stagnation of this city.
Nods.
Well, if you were capable of doing that, Julius Tyr, wouldn't you have done it already? Why am I the one that has to do it?
Oh, you believe you're doing it. That's rich. She stands up. Look at you. You're shattering the stagnation by breaking the backs of the people working under you. He motions around. All the people in this building are... Oh, please, Tyr, please. Say your family. Nope. All the people working in this building are trying their best to just eke by. Their existence is important to the city. And your job in breaking the stagnation is to step over their corpses.
Yes, if that's what it takes.
He moves forward.
A pile of corpses is just going to stay the same.
He moves forward. Yes, exactly. So I'd rather keep the Tide's Edge very much alive. This freedom from stagnation that you promise, they would not survive it. He moves close and towers over you.
I'm sitting, so you tower anyway.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for you, you don't have to make that decision. Movement is coming. The stagnation is breaking. And it doesn't matter how long you're going to be here, Julius Tyr. The wave moves on.
He exhales. How are you feeling about this? He exhales and sits down. Well, it seems we agree on that front.
We do.
He looks over to you. Ultimately, do you believe your words will determine the fate of this organization?
I don't. I believe that the fate of this organization has been determined. It has nothing to do with me.
He sits back. I find myself in the same powerless situation.
And what do you do when you have no power?
Oh. Oh God, it's so fresh in his mind. I fight, I claw, I kick and scream. I do everything I can, because I might discover there's power still left inside of me. He taps his sword on the ground with a loud ring. I thought I lost everything once. I crawled my way back from that. If I have to do it again, I'll do it again. As many times as it takes. As many shots at the wall until I can rip it down.
In the act of fighting and scratching and clawing, that's not comfortable, is it?
He shakes his head.
And would you say, as the Tide Master, the father of this family, it's your responsibility to instill this mindset upon everybody else that serves under you?
Oh. Oh. I would never. He looks over at you, Beretta, and then he's gonna say something that you're gonna fucking hate to hear.
You know, that's
He moves up and he looks down at you dead in the eyes. At the end of the day, the Tide never promised to scratch and claw their way back from nothing. I want to promise them something better. If it comes down to it, I should be the only one who has to suffer. Pain is a marker that things are working.
She stands up. And she's gritting her teeth. She's got her hand balled up in a fist. Understandable. Well then, Julius Tier. She takes a step away and she starts to pace a little bit. You're the only one that needs to suffer, correct?
He nods.
I'm sure if the Tide Master is suffering, then that would appease my higher-ups. That wouldn't be an issue, would it?
He looks at you.
And if you're the only one suffering, then we can make sure everything is running here pretty much the same, correct?
He glares at you.
I respect that. I respect somebody who could take on the weight of everyone's suffering just so that they can avoid it. You would deprive them of that suffering, correct?
He looks over. I don't want this family. He mumbles. And then looks at you. Whatever the challenge is, I'm more than up to it.
Good. Then you will suffer. You will serve under me. You will be under my boot. You will address me as major, as your superior. If I tell you to get on all fours and bark like a dog, you will do it. No matter how much it hurts your pride, no matter how much it hurts who you feel you are as a swordsman, as a warrior, you will bear every weight of suffering that was meant to befall upon Tide.
He looks at you, and we're gonna fucking drop and go again, my friends. He looks at you with a serious expression. If it comes to it, I've been lower before. He starts to walk back in this direction. The die still has yet to be cast. And he looks at you dead in the eyes, and of course he rolls blue in this moment. Don't be surprised if I pass you by and lump every single word you just threw at my feet back on you.
You won't need to.
To walk walk towards the door. And then it clicks open. And there's just a moment of quiet. Healy's like, did you guys have a good meeting? Yes. It was certainly productive.
I look forward to a bright future of cooperation between our two companies.
Tyr with a horrific smile on his face. It's extremely fake. Yes! All for the sake of spirited cooperation.
And for the betterment of Indigo.
Yes! I look forward to it, Miss Pietro.
And the minimization of suffering.
Mm-hmm. I have a meeting to be at, Tyr says as he walks the fuck downstairs. Silence descends.
Great.
Across the city, someone pulls themselves away from the situation. Sort of move their way in. Hey, coming in. Stops seeing who is sitting here currently.
Vaughn turns around and sees Cosmo. Oh, hey.
Hey, mind if I take a seat?
Yeah, go on ahead. He's eating his bowl of noodles. Want something?
Yeah. I'm really hungry. They sort of like lean in and like this lady moves back around. It's like, hey Vaughn.
Yeah?
I was just over at Tide HQ, and sort of like mutter to themselves, like futzing with their hands.
He kind of scratches the back of his head a bit. Oh yeah, is this about the whole Tempest trying to buy out the Tide thing? Yeah, I've already heard about it.
Oh, okay. They sort of relax and they're like, I just, what do you think about that place?
The Tide?
No. I never really asked. They sort of put their head down.
Vaughn crosses his arms and he thinks about that long and hard for a little bit. The Tide is, all in all, a place that I formed for people who didn't have a place to go. He continues eating his noodles. However, it was never supposed to be a forever existing self-sustaining place.
Mm-hmm. Cocks an eyebrow.
He kind of scratches his head and thinks about that a little bit. All in all, the Tide, by all means, no matter what way you look at it, would eventually come to an end no matter what. Even if we tried our damnedest, eventually we'd get roped into the dirt some way, shape, or form if we never change. He, kind of chuckles a little bit at that.
Oh, okay. They like tuck their head down again and are like, can I ask, why did you start it? Like, you said it was just for a place that nobody... There's like really struggling with this concept. So like, you just started it out of the goodness of your heart?
You say that to Vaughn and he fucking laughs his ass off for a second there. Absolutely not.
What?
I did it for something incredibly greedy.
Huh?
He kind of looks into the broth in the bowl and thinks for a moment. Did you know I fought in the 1 Week War?
Yeah, I had a feeling. They say, like, scrunching down, taking another bite of soup.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I killed a lot of people.
They spit the soup all over the counter? Really?
That's right. He He motions for some napkins.
Walks around, napkin.
I did a lot of bad things, and I hurt a lot of people. Everyone did who took part in that. Ain't no way of getting around it. You would go through and you'd sit in the dirt and the mud all day long, and sure, you could be as pitiful as a person in the world, but at the end of the day, at least you're breathing. He sort of sighs. At the end of the day, I made the tide because I was hoping I could convince myself in some way, shape, or form that I was still a person.
Oh. I see. Well, years later, what's the verdict?
He, kind of, thinks to himself a bit. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Huh?
Honestly, I've been sitting here for a while, sitting there hoping that at some point one of those kids would come up and say something to me that'd be a big, world-changing revelation in my soul, you know?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I realized that that might have been one of the cruelest things I ever could have done to those children.
They blink.
He kind of looks up a bit and kind of like lets the lights in the ceiling sort of like bask into his eyes. I put a lot of expectations on those children that they didn't deserve. I'm sure you might have seen it yourself while you were there. I'm sure a lot of them are still hurting in a lot of ways. I could have done better by a lot of them. I tried to take on a responsibility that I shouldn't have, and in the end I put more responsibility on them than I had on myself. At the end of the day, my attempts to convince myself that I was a person wouldn't change anything. I would end up still being just as cruel as I was before. Best thing I could have given them was a roof over their head, and even at the end of the day, I failed at that. At times, anyways.
Cosmo's like leaning in, and you notice that their shoulders are shaking a little bit.
He sort of sighs a bit looking at Cosmo, and then puts a hand on their shoulder. So, what's going over in your mind right now?
I look down and, oh boy, they their eyes sort of fall down to the soup, and they're like, I just I don't really get it. I guess I do. They exhale and then start to down their soup extremely rapidly, and then like borderline, it's like, oh dear, you'll burn your mouth. They stop and they like sort of like gesture with their head. Back out there. That city. I left a while ago because I really hated the bastards in charge. They say half laughing, half crying. I didn't know what to do with it. It just it was so frustrating to see everyone day in and day out get away with pushing folks around. I couldn't handle it, so I decided I wanted to get bigger than them. My family's always had medical complications, so medicine was the main way in for me. I saw all the areas in which there were being unethical monsters, and I just wanted to use that as a wedge to rip them down. They slammed their hand on the counter, but at some point I guess I got kind of distracted. I started wanting to help people too. They look back down at their bowl as their entire body scrunches up. It should be a cut and dry thing for me, right? I'm just another RNA and grunt. They don't even want me here. But I can't really turn my back on them or this city. They're like, there's fucking like tears running down their face, snot sniveling from their nose. It's just a lot easier when I wanted to prove something. Duck in, and then look over to you. What was it like? What was it like to lose them? Did you lose them, or what?
Vaughn, you say that to Vaughn, and he, kind of exhales real deeply. I'm not gonna lie, it stung pretty damn bad. I've taken a lot of hits in my life, and I gotta say, nothing hurt more than that. He sort of thinks about that a little bit. Tell me, Cosmo, do you feel a horrific, gut-wrenching sting when you kind of lost, well, just about anything? You just said right now you wanted to help people, and right now you feel like you can't. Does it sting more than you could ever possibly imagine?
Nodding.
He, kind of, chuckles a bit. Yeah, that's how it always goes. The feeling of being goddamn near useless is always far more painful in the world.
Nodding.
He stops and thinks to himself a little bit. Tell me, Cosmo, looking directly forward at the wall across from them, who do you think your enemies are?
They sort of collapse. Oh, boy. They slowly shake their head. I feel like normally I'd be able to give an answer like, anyone that takes human life for granted. I met a certain bastard doctor that doesn't even have a license and doesn't even call himself a doctor. He calls himself a miracle worker. They like look down at the bowl. I met heads of a military organization that are doing their best to suppress this city in ways that are more subtle and cunning than I could fully wrap my head around. But to tell you the truth, I think at the end of the day, the real enemy is. And they're gonna roll. They're gonna fucking roll their dice. Time to see what. Oh, okay. RNA and loyalty, huh? They relax in their chair, and their attitude shifts slightly. If I had to say something, I think the enemy here is the situation that's been engineered around me. They, like, tap their hand on the counter. I spent today walking around, and I only saw hatred in people's eyes when they looked at me. I didn't do anything to earn that. They sort of, like, shrink slightly into themselves saying that. I can't bring myself to hate them, but I know what I can hate. I think I know what the enemy is. They sort of nod. The enemy's all the people, whatever systems, take away freedom from others. It's this interlocking puzzle. They look up at you. Do you think you're ever going to find out if you're a person or not?
Vaughn thinks about that for a honest to God second. You know what I think my enemy is right now, Cosmo?
What's that?
I think my enemy right now might be hope itself.
They blink and look at you.
He sits up straight, kind of sighs. At the end of the day, I always feel a crushing weight, you could say. A crushing weight that I can't quite beat back because my own hopes have weighed me down farther and farther than I could ever possibly imagine. I can hope for a lot of things. I can hope that I'll find out if I really am a person or a monster. But at the end of the day, that hope is gonna put that goal farther and farther away from me. And you know why that is?
Why?
Because hoping that something will happen to you isn't working for that thing to happen to you.
They blink. And you remember it. The old shape that the tide used to take back in those days. At their head. Traveled in front of their number. Adorned in old armor that doesn't exactly fit right anymore. They walked with you. A very different family than the one you see today. But still a lot of old familiar faces. Yeah, you remember what it was back then. Back in those days. How different the attitude was. Ami, kind of a shitter, real problem child. In the back, Sam, ever the idealist, would try to drive you guys up to more inspiring heights, and Fen, well, what was Fen like, Mask?
Fen fed into Sam's idealism, took it all in, and reflected it out at the universe.
You remember what the tide was like at that time. A bunch of gathered together idealists, bright eyes looking towards the future. You know exactly where this path would end you up. Fight after fight, war after war, the money dwindled. You were assigned to more and more difficult scenarios, every job proving to be more risky than the last. It pushed itself onwards. You remember your number somewhat splintering. You remember the toll it took on you and the tide itself. To some extent, for those left behind at the tide's edge, this bond that was forged during the difficult times became self-evident. A hope that tomorrow would be brighter than the day before. Yet the tunnel tightened and tightened and tightened. To the point that not even you were still able to cling to the back of the tide. Continue onwards, threading the very point of a needle. But as you speak these words, as you say these words to someone who honestly really had to hear them. Oh, Cosmo, yes. Their back arches up for a moment. They tuck their head down and they finish eating their noodles. They sort of quietly nod to themselves. I think you're right, they say, looking at you with sparkling eyes. I don't know why, I don't know why I guess I was so eager to find an enemy. They shift around and start to, like, wipe at their nose a little bit with, like, the stained napkin. The difference is just... They look down. My body's always been small and honestly pretty frail. And it was always my hope that something would sort of change to make make everything swing back in my favor. They mumble off. But I don't know how to say this, but they stand up. I think there's something I can do. And just hoping it'll get better on its own isn't enough. So I'm gonna do it.
Vaughn kind of chuckles at that. Well, go out there and pick a damn fight with all your enemies then. Gotta show them that you're better than them after all.
Nods, bowing deeply, and Cosmo takes off into the city. Vaughn, you're left alone, or almost alone, in the noodle shop as the owner comes back around. Good kid, I guess.
He kind of laughs a little bit at that. Yeah, you know, that's what I love about this city so much. Nobody here mopes for too damn long. Because I gotta say, I'm so sick of that. He thinks to himself a little bit. You know what? I have been sitting on my ass for long enough. I'm gonna make a quick call. And he pulls out a phone from his pocket that one Sonder had gifted to him. He dials a number into it, waits for it to ring, waits for it to pick up. Hey, William, remember me?
Fucking fantastic. Oh boy. Elsewhere. In Pinion Tower. There's still one last bit of the tale left to tell.
Oh god. I apologize. I apologize. I don't know how we got here.
Oh boy.
I don't know how they were like,
got this.
Hey, they were like, hey Sander, are you gonna be here for the inspection? He was like, I guess so. And then then Gorma's gonna show up and be like, this is my consultant.
This is my independent consultant. Please enjoy.
Hey, look, remember when Julius was like, maybe you should just tell people that you're the captain of the Tide instead of not affiliating yourself? And Sander was like, no, this is the payoff. This is the payoff.
This is the payoff where Tier's gonna be like, you son of a bitch. We go over here. Okay. Let me place some fucking characters. Okay.
Don't.
Yes?
Don't.
It's time for characters.
I like this perpetual spill right here. No one will ever clean this.
Okay.
Where are we? Ping me.
So, J-Man, with William, you want him to be walking into this meeting?
No, actually. I can PM you what he's gonna do.
Yeah, no, DM it to me. Because that would make Beretta's life really hard.
Well, honestly, we can flip a coin on it if you want.
No, it's up to you.
Let's flip a coin. Heads will do... Heads will
Let's flip a coin.
Heads will do my idea.
Brennan's life.
Tails will do William walks into the meeting room for fun.
Yeah.
I see. Tails, okay. It is.
What's that walks into the meeting room?
No.
Oh,
was it?
excellent,
I thought Heads was he walks into the meeting room.
No, Heads was my idea. I can send you what my idea was really quick.
Yeah.
Do it anyway. Fuck the coin. It doesn't control you. You control it.
Oh, God. Okay. Here we go. Final little bit. Oh, God. Okay. What a McFucking cast.
What a McFucking farce. Whatever. It'll be fine.
Okay, hysterical.
Don't let the coin win.
Okay. At the head of the stairs, Julius Tier paces nervously back and forth, waiting for the appointed moment to arrive. The Tide's continued survival hanging in the balance. sort of. I'll do this one. This one works. Nerves break up and down his body. The clong coals, and eventually, someone comes up. Oh, Tidemaster, hello. Yes, hello, I'm here for the meeting about the future of the Tide. Oh, you won't be needed for that. Excuse me, what? As I said, you won't be needed for that. This is quite literally not your business. It will be settled. Please, feel free to take a seat outside. Madame moves it up into the room, and Tyr's jaw slackens as heads into the room. Door clicks open, disappears inside, and down the hallway,
no.
2 people walk up.
Oh no. This is even stupider than I thought!
Welcome to, Tyr Has a Bad Time.
What? Tyr? Sandra has to go to the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Come along now. We should be heading to the meeting. Those hot dogs were delicious as well.
Tyr Tyr looks at Sonder and is like, what the fuck? Mouthing this at you.
Sonder just looks at Julius. He says nothing. He looks at Julius. He just makes direct eye contact with Julius. And he's like, what? Hold on.
Sorry, do you two know each other?
A moment of silence. Tyr's like, yes, I know your independent contractor very well. Tyr looks at you, Sonder, and is like, fucking fight for me, okay?
Sonder, who was like, don't you fucking blow this for me. Julius has it, and he's like, that is the current Tidemaster.
Oh. Huh. My name is Corvo.
Tyr goes through introductions and nods.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Tyr folds his hands.
Sonder maintains eye contact with Tyr until eventually he carries on, realizing that he has entered a hell he was not. He leaves Julius outside and it's like, that is not.
You guys.
Okay.
Yeah, you walk in, Corvo. Where do you sit? What do you do?
He held the door open for Sonder, and he's going to not sit next to Madao, because fuck that guy. He is going to sit right over here.
Okay.
I suppose that means Sonder is sitting next to Corvo.
Y'all sit down, and yet more people arrive at the meeting. Walk.
Oh, fuck, I get to be here. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just sure Barbados was gonna just be like, no.
Yeah.
I guess I'm
You
here.
are kind of like, no.
Yeah.
Cerisa walks past, nods at Tyr.
Oh. They have you sitting outside?
Yes, unfortunately, it seems this is going to be my lot in life.
Tyr gets put in the timeout corner.
Bit like a dog, isn't it?
He looks at you. It's like, that remains to be seen.
Don't worry, you can come inside with me.
The guards outside are like, I don't believe there are enough seats for him.
Oh, I can stand.
They look at each other and go, we've been given explicit orders to not let him inside this meeting room.
Okay, you don't want him in the meeting room. Why?
They shrug. Orders.
I'll try talking to them. It's fine. Go on, Brotto. Mm-hmm.
Cerisa sits down, and you realize, yes, these are all the chairs.
Yes. Hello. Who ordered these guards outside to keep Julius Tier out of here?
Oh, me, Madao says, like looking over to you.
Don't you think it would be more fun if he was in here?
No, actually.
You know, I think it would be really fun if he were to stand in the corner and be quiet.
Madao like looks over at you and goes, "No, he will wait outside until the conclusion of this meeting. I've been given instructions from someone even above me to not let Julius Tier hear anything that occurs in this room."
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Barbados stands.
Ceresa's eye scans over to you, Barbados, and she gets a weird, like, expression on her face. You can read it below the mask. "If you're so concerned about him, why don't you wait outside with him? I believe you were the one who called this meeting a pain in the ass."
It is a pain in the ass, but you know, sometimes I have to step up and do what I want. This is a little bit more interesting from the inside perspective instead of hearing Beretta's report about it.
Oh, but my reports are so good.
You all set, and you prep. And finally, the till turns over. Hope I'm not late! He's like rushing to put a fucking tie on. Tyr sees William go past, is like... He gets such a shitty grin on his face. He's like, well, okay, things aren't all bad. William opens the door and is like, "Hello, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of..." Oh, looks at Beretta.
Who the fuck invited William Pietro?
Saunders sees Williams like, what?
Actually, I've been called in as a favor. He sits down and folds his hands. It's like, so, everyone, let's talk business. He smiles and
business.
He smiles and folds his palms.
Yeah, Sonder looks at William, who's like, "I've been called in as a favor," and Sonder, like, interested in it, just like genuinely interested, is like,
So, the way this is going to go is going to be determined by what you say to me. This meeting will stretch late into the night. So, I want you to give me a quick description of... Beretta, tell me more or less what you're going to report.
Don't start with me. I've been hit with a brick.
Oh, boy.
I see.
So, Ceresa's report, first of all, she's going to say that taking on the tide would be troublesome, but she can do it. Having the additional numbers will be fine. Ultimately, integration shouldn't be impossible. A very neutral offering, but one that acquiesces to the demands placed on her organization. Corvo, what do you say?
That integrating the tide into the Tempest would be a mistake. Because it would lower morale of the people of Indigo, because people seem to hate the Tempest, and people enjoy the figurehead that the tide currently has. However, there could be some kind of compromise. Only just recently has the Tempest come into possession of exorcists, and potentially letting them out to the tide or joining forces with the tide and having them lead the charge with exorcism could work. Potentially. But at the end of the day, it's not my call.
Barbados, are you going to participate?
He has an idea.
Oh.
So, quite frankly, leaving it under one surveillance is kind of half-assed. Making a decision this quickly is just going to make a mess for everyone. And what he says is, obviously, with one inspection, they can squeaky clean everything and make them look as good as possible, right? But if we keep them under constant surveillance for, like, let's say 2 weeks, right? Then we can actually get an accurate depiction of how they function, right?
Okay.
Constant RNA and observation. And then you put someone ahead of it And Barbados hates everyone, so he says, put Cosmo in charge of it.
Next up would be Sonder.
Sonder. I think Sonder and Corvo are mostly on the same page. Merging them is an absolute mistake. It will defeat the entire purpose of what the Tide was there for, and just dumpster just the general trust that any of the trust that the city may have had in RNA at any point, thanks to the Tide. I think Sonder does sort of agree that compromise is possible if, say, Tempest wanted the Tide to train their exorcists. That could be doable. Like, let the Tide be the exorcism branch of Arnea instead of having them be Tempest's exorcism branch. Saunders also going to note that he's seen something like this before.
Okay.
Because he has worked closely with past organizations in this city.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
And he's seen this exact thing happen before, and it ended with flames.
Yep. Yo, Sonder actually sick fucking point.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That gave me an idea. If you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Go.
So the training idea is fantastic and amazing. And Barbados's idea is fantastic and amazing. Why don't we have a probationary period, not for 2 weeks, but for a month and a half?
I was kind of thinking that. Let the...
Yeah.
Keep talking.
Let the Tide teach the Tempest so that they can get, some people who know what they're doing. And during that point, they would be under constant surveillance, so they can prove that they're worthwhile.
Beretta speaks up at that.
Yeah.
As the captain and only member of the Tempest Exorcist Division, that would be me.
Yeah.
And I refuse to train under Tide.
Okay.
Well, that wouldn't be your call, would it?
And that isn't Tide's problem.
And I am going to continue with my assessment, which is that integration, like Sarisa said, is doable, most likely necessary, and Julius Tier is unfit as a leader and needs to be brought into the Tempest base to be taught how to lead. And she agrees with Barbados that putting a third party and letting them function on their own otherwise should be fine. So long as Tier is removed from the equation.
Sonder will put forward that the Tide is incredibly loyal, like internally, and if Tyr is removed from the equation, that could create undue animosity.
You sound as though you speak from experience.
Well, I've worked with the Tide before.
I kind of want to hear what William has to say, out of character.
Oh boy, as this grows more intense, William's like, I see. You all have very interesting goals for the Tide's Edge. Well, I have to ask. To all of you, what is the value of a name? He looks around. I'm saying, listen, I've known the Tide. Oh God, I've known them for years and years and years at this point. No matter what you do to them, they will crawl back from it. The only thing you'd be taking away from them is their name, if I'm being fully honest. He says, like putting a thick, meaty paw on the table. So, I have to wonder. Do you think the Tide has behaved in a way that you want to take their title away from them? Madao speaks up and goes, a name does technically have a lot of power within the city. So yes, I guess in this case, collapsing them into Tempest and combining their reputations is in my best interests at the very least. Sarisa leans in and she's like, I think the morale boost potentially from integrating Tide and the public backlash are factors that I had not considered, as I am not a politician myself. I can only speak to the personnel end. And yes, Miss Pietro's concerns about training are all valid. Um, then Williams like relaxes back and he's like, okay, so I'm going to be honest with everyone here. And his expression grows more intense. Scary William rises to the surface. I am a businessman. And as far as businesses go, you cannot run them on ideals alone. However, emotion is the primary motivator beyond organizations that do not turn profits, but instead produce safety or violence. He relaxes back in his chair. My family, as you know, are arms manufacturers. We know the business of violence particularly well. We try to do our best to keep our weapons out of the hands of those that would misuse them. And that requires a very keen eye. He settles back in the chair. So, you'll have to ask yourself, and he motions over to Sonder. Is a name worth inviting the fire? Is it worth inviting all that pain and suffering? If you think it is a worthwhile investment, I would hedge my bets against you. He looks at Madao. What I would do instead is aim for something of a compromise, like everyone else is talking about. That's just me. he sits back in the chair, and Madao's like, okay. Let's take some time to discuss. Let's meet up again in 5-10 minutes. And the room sort of splits up. Where does everybody go?
Sonder hangs with Corvo.
He's just gonna sit there.
You're gonna sit there?
I'll talk to William.
Actually, you know what? If they're leaving, Sonder might. Is he gonna check on Tyr? Or is he gonna stay in here? Hold on, let's find out. I'm just going to assign a random. I'm gonna assign an attribute to Tyr and see how we do. We're gonna assign one to Corvo and one to Tyr and see how it goes.
By all means.
That's the Corvo. Corvo wins. Sonder hangs out in here. Sorry, Tyr.
Okay.
He's just gonna sit. Corvo is just gonna sit, cross his arms, lean back in his chair, and close his eyes. And after a little bit, gonna open them. Is Sarissa still there?
Yep. And Beretta, where are you going?
She's just gonna stay by Sarisa.
Okay. So nothing changes over in the room. Oh god. Yeah, pan the camera down here. Hey, Atreus, what are you doing here?
Atreus walks through the door, and he sits down next to Tyr.
Looks over. What brings you here? You here to join the meeting too?
No. I am here because I believe it to be my last opportunity to have a conversation with you I had planned on having in the future.
Oh.
He's going to look at the two guards. I don't particularly expect much of this to be kept secret, but would you care to step outside for a moment?
He tilts his head and nods, and there's like a nice patio over here that like overlooks the city.
Atreus is gonna step out with him.
Walk over here. So, what is it?
Atreus has a seat. We have neither the time nor the environment for me to approach this with the tact I would have preferred. I'll attempt to be as direct as possible. I have an offer, and I have many expectations.
He leans in.
I would like to buy the tide.
Silence.
I've been considering this offer for some time. I believe it would be mutually beneficial to both of us. That said, he looks Tyr straight in the eye. With the knowledge at my disposal, I do not believe you will accept it. However, it is not in my interest to play the odds to make assumptions about the percentages, so I will lay the offer out. The full negotiations for an agreement between us would of course be necessitated. However, the main points of it are this. Gylardia has a home for your people, whether or not we win.
He tips that back and forth in his head, almost testing it. So, you'd promise us safe refuge?
We would financially support you, as Arnea has done until now. You would work as our ground forces when necessary, though little of our strategy requires such troops. It is no secret that we are lacking them. More to the point, I would be buying your image, as well as giving you some agency, which frankly seems likely to be stripped from you in one way or another.
Oh god, yeah, Tyr angles his head back over at the door and then motions you to continue on.
There is some clear apprehension towards Gylardia, and why should there not be with our cannons aimed at the city? But it is not in our interest to see Indigo burn. Indigo must succeed, and for Gylardia to survive, it must succeed with us in power. It must flourish.
Sits back in the chair. He's gonna weigh your offer very heavily.
He's actually going to look at Tyr. The person I think you to be is not going to accept this, and whatever reason you may believe, I believe it is because you already know, one way or another, what you want to do, what you are going to do. I would have preferred to give you time to contemplate this, to further our relationship. I do not disrespect you as the others in power seem to. And more to the point, I feel I understand you as someone in a difficult position attempting to protect his family.
Angles his head up and down.
I can at least make the guarantee. Must be clear, however, that should the need arise for Gylardia to go against the people of Indigo, we would call upon you to stand on our side, and if you could not, our support would cease.
Oh god. You throw that on him, and his jaw just sets.
Atreus nods. However, the counterpoint of this is, Gylardia will always have need of monster hunters, something we possess very few of. Win or lose, Gylardia will have a financially viable position to which all members of the Tide would be welcomed. Though, if Gylardia does not win, I cannot guarantee your long-term stability. It should at least You will flourish as long as our country does.
He rubs his temples. And he is going to think. Okay. He thinks real hard for a second. And for a second, he thinks to himself, if Vaughn were still Tidemaster, what would he do? And his expression sort of falls, and he doesn't have a clear answer for that. He's trying to think it out, but nothing really bubbles to his head. Trying to figure out the mess that another person left behind, that's... Ugh. Gry would tell him to stop thinking. He slaps his forehead.
Atreus doesn't respond.
He sits back in the chair and he's like, I feel like if I were trying to emulate Vaughn right now, he would consider your offer deeply and probably come up with something either more clever, or he'd fake his ass off and pull some sort of like harebrained scheme out at the last second. He puts both of his hands on the chair. But I also know Vaughn wouldn't want me to try to act like him. So, you know what? Fuck that line of thought. He leans forwards. Instead, I'm going to give you my honest answer. Garlardia is about third on my list of options. My number one is obviously complete autonomy and freedom. My number two is carrying on with the situation that I've been granted, though everyone seems to be very adamant on pushing me out of that scenario, miserable that it is. Garlardia would be third. So, in that case, he stands up. I'll keep your offer in mind.
Atreus nods. That was something akin to the response I expected. I regret not having the chance to approach you with this in a less pressured situation. But I did not wish to approach you once all of your options had been exhausted. He looks back towards the meeting room. It felt only just to give you the opportunity, even if under pressure, when your future remained open.
Slowly nods. He looks over your shoulder and he sees someone approaching. Well, good news, Tidemaster. Tyr looks at Atreus and then back to Medao. We've come to an agreement on exactly what the fate of the tide's going to be. Tyr's jaw sets. Yes? What would that be? Observation will continue, at least for now. Isn't that great? Your stay of execution! He sort of smiles and he hands over a thick sheaf of papers to Tyr. And then looks back over to Atreus with a utterly haggard expression. Offer's still open, right?
Tyr says that?
Yeah.
Atreus just nods.
He shakes his head, holds the binder of papers up over his head, and almost waving with it, is led away to a nearby room. And, time passes. Let me... Does this fit? I think that was the one moment that Tyr has for once done what Vaughn would have wanted, which is making his own damn decision.
Good for you, buddy!
Correct.
That's the first time. That's the first fucking time that Tyr hasn't fucking blown it. Okay.
Listen, sometimes the moth can... Sometimes.
Time passes in the building. The hours grow long and late as Tyr moves through various reams of paper. It's a lot of work to do. Starts to look it over. Reads the terms a little more closely. tries to twist it in his brain. Dry never had any advice for this, I guess. Turning your brain off isn't going to help when you have to fill out papers. Keeps writing. Time drags on. Continues moving. That's sad. Okay. The night grows long. Let me play this one. And as Tyr works and works, he starts to recognize different handiwork, clauses included likely by Corvo or hell, maybe even Beretta. This thing's a maze, but he does his best to cut through it. Oh, that's a bad roll, Tyr. Yeah. But as he keeps writing, something unusual starts to happen. His hand starts to shake again. Is this really what he should be doing? He sort of shudders, working his way back. By his own understanding, the tide isn't something that he ever got to know. Speaking objectively, both Cassius and Sonder have a better understanding of the tide. Julius Tyr, as he is now, met them only a few weeks ago. They're family to him. That's what he said. That's what they said. It all makes sense. We're family. His head doubles over. He looks back down at the papers. The words start to swim and run together. Can't keep focus. What is the best choice for them? What does he want for them? Is it as simple as what Beretta was saying? Put all of this on him and just move on? That only he would have to suffer in this case. The pen scratches again. Looks over to his phone. Still has Atreus' number. He'd probably answer right now. He doesn't have to do this. He doesn't have to sign the line. He swallows hard, trying to keep it all in focus. Visions swim in front of his eyes. He thinks... He tries to make a shape of the people that should be his family, but they don't come. Because he realizes, to some extent, it's just been the weight of his own expectations on them. He should be in love, he should care about them, but ultimately, is that Julius Tyr? He's left with an empty question. Honestly, swinging a sword would be a lot easier. Doing paperwork, now that's a truly Noctulian task. His entire body slackens. And then Tyr does something that, well, yeah, okay. He's alone. He could do this. His eyes shift back and forth between the phone and the papers. And Tyr just starts to cry. There's nothing else to it. It's just the futility of the situation, the weight of being trapped, and just everything was made for him. Every play, every step of the way, all of this, they're other people's words. Even his name feels stolen. It's enough he could laugh, but in this moment, it feels like he can cry. These tears are for him alone. His head hangs again. Looks at the phone and deeply considers it. There's a thump against the door. Okay. Hey, Tyr wipes his face. Yep. Hey, I'm still signing these. We're not done yet. He, wipes his eyes, was like, okay, yeah, I, brought over some papers from my office. It's, slides, more. Oh, good, more paperwork. Leans in. Cosmo, shift. Tyr looks down and is like, what's the plan here? Well, Oh boy. They sort of sigh. You know how everybody says RNA is big and unbeatable in this city? Yes. That's just part of RNA. It's finance. Finance built this building. Everybody in here works for him, but that's not all RNA is. They lean forwards again and like slide the piece of paper. There's a medical division. They're the people that I chose to believe in, and I still swear by them. They sort of duck their head and like back towards the point of the piece of paper. Cosmo rolling red multiple times turns out to be a good thing. Tyr like blinks a few times. I don't properly understand the situation. Cosmo slowly exhales. I believe the Tide's Edge as it should exist, as it does now, exists because it is currently funded by finance, correct? Yes. If I use what leverage I have, I can make sure that at the very least they listen to the necessity of your existence. Not even Gwyn wants a faction war within Aranea. I think I've got some weight here, actually. They relax back in the chair. Tyrleg looks over and blinks a few times. We'd be functionally trading one overseer for another. In fact, I believe you already signed on to be some sort of Tempest Overseer as some sort of a sick joke, he says, tapping the piece of paper with the clause Barbados put in. And Cosmo like starts forward again and is like, none of that. I want to assess your viability as an organization. I'm an inspector. I'm here to make sure that the city is free of corruption. Been given a lot of power. Not the type that many people like. Tyr looks back at it. No one's gonna thank you for this, you know? Like, I will. The Tide won't. We'll just see it as another boot that they're under. It's fine. I'm not doing this to be thanked. Cosmo looks over. Tyr cocks an eyebrow. Why then? I think it's time for you all to stop hoping. Tyr blinks, empty-eyed. Not my words, but I happen to agree with them. Just hoping things will get better won't change a thing. So, here's action. Slides it across the table. Sign it or not. Like you said, no one's gonna thank me for this. At the end, I'm putting my ass on the line, so it's your decision. Tyr exhales. Ducks his head. Continues on working. Sometime later, around Tide HQ, over here. Skies, die.
Die.
Tyr slowly like cracks the door open. It's like, well, okay. RNA and inspection. Tyr yells. All the different Tide members salute. Cosmo walks in with a single guard. That feeling of animosity still rips through the air. Heavy. Yeah, want to make sure everything's going good. Moves around. The Tide keep a careful eye on them. Cosmo makes their rounds. It's been about 3 days since that day. And Cosmo's made it a habit to show up early in the morning just to make sure that everybody is on track. There's no real show of force. The person themselves has no presence. But at the same time, It seems like they're keeping an eye over the tide. One that the people inside don't appreciate that much. They work their way over to the dojo. Cosmo exhales, collapsing. Why the hell am I doing this? Door cracks open. Yo, catch! Cosmo catches a baked potato. What is this? It's wrapped in tinfoil. No, it's a sweet potato. Cosmo looks down and blinks a few times. Is this seriously the best you guys can afford? Yes. Finance is strangling our budget now that medical's involved. So, enjoy the sweet potato. Cosmo looks back down on it. Don't feed this to Helio. We survived off this crap when we were kids. Tyr tilts his head back and forth. Is like, I mean, she seems to love this stuff. Cosmo starts to unwrap it. How is it? They sort of like look down, slowly unpeel the potato, place it to their mouth. It's fucking awful. Yeah, right? That's the best we can muster on short notice. Thanks for the budget slash. We owe you our lives. Claps the diminutive figure on the back. They look down at the potato again and then take another bite. Oh God, watch out, you'll burn yourself. Yeah, it's really warm. See you tomorrow. Nodding. Walks out into the city. That no matter what changes, even if the gridlock flows free, this city will never particularly like Cosmo. And in the immediate, that's fine. There you go. Session over.
We did it, fam.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh.
That was really good.
Good job.
Yeah.
God. So, yeah, Christ.
11th
So-
hour Cosmo.
11th hour Cosmo. The world state has been updated. So, oh, yeah, you go.
Gonna end the recording.
And that recording.
Yeah.